evening, members. Good evening. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Debbie Snook, the Democratic Services Officer, and I will take the committee through the first 3 items on the agenda. Before I do so, may I take this opportunity to advise you that if the fire alarm does sound, please remain seated, and members of the Democratic Services team will assess the situation and give further instructions on the evacuation of the building if necessary. Tonight's proceedings will be webcast by the Council, but if anyone else is intending to record these proceedings, can you please let me know now? I ask this question not to stop you doing so, but merely to ensure that members and other members of the public in the room know that this is taking place. I would also like to advise members that they should only address the meeting by way of their microphones and to remind them to turn their microphone off when they finish speaking. The meeting may also take longer than usual today due to the COVID secure measures in place. I'll just move on to the first item on the agenda, which is apologies for absence. I haven't received any apologies. I think we're all here. Are there any substitute members? No, we're all here. Now, the first item on the... Sorry, can you... Oh, I'm sorry. I'll shout loud. Could I have nominations for the election of chairman, please? Councillor Perry.
I'd like to propose Councillor Dennis or Debbie from this and my
Sorry.
Thank you. The technology failed me straight away. I'd like to propose Councillor Dennis Spooner for chairman of this planning committee. Thank you.
Yeah, can I nominate Councillor English, please? Thank you.
Sorry, we need to take on vote on that. All those members in favour of Councillor Spooner? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those in favour of Councillor English? 5. So that's Councillor Spooner is elected as chairman. Thank you.
I'd be grateful if members just give me a few moments to get settled. Thank you. Right, good evening, councillors and members of the public. I am, as you probably know, Councillor Dennis Spooner, the newly elected Chairman of the Planning Committee, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this meeting this evening. The next item on the agenda is the election of a Vice Chairman. Can I please call for nominations? Councillor Brindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Councillor John Perry.
And do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? I therefore have to declare that that is carried and John Perry is duly elected Vice Chairman of the committee. Thank you, members. Right, I now need to ask the Democratic Services Officer to read out the names of visiting members, along with the agenda items on which they have indicated they wish to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. This evening we have for item 16, Councillors Forecast and Mrs Robertson. Item 17, Councillor Newton, but only if the application is rolled over. Item 20, Councillor Hinder. Item 22, Councillor T. Sands. And item 23, Councillor Harper. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs Snook. Next item is items withdrawn from the agenda. I am not aware of any items that have been withdrawn, so we will be considering all of them as on your order papers. The date of our next adjourned meeting, if we need one, and I very much hope we can get through. I'm hearing an echo. I'm hoping we get through the agenda this evening, but it will be on the 3rd of June. Item 8, there is no business that I'm aware of, which including the urgent updates, which relates to any matter which we will be considering this evening. Can I ask now for disclosures by members and officers on any particular item on the agenda? Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. Not a specific disclosure on an item on the agenda, but I'm currently duty officer and on call, so if I suddenly have to rush out, it's nothing you've said. So I just thought I'd put it on record. Thank you.
I'm sure that's the case, Councillor Harwood. Thank you very much. Councillor Brindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to disclose that I'm a member of Boxley Parish Council, therefore I will not take part or vote on item 20.
Thank you, Councillor Brindle. That is duly noted. Any other declarations? No? Okay, thank you, Councillor. Disclosures of lobbying. Can you please put your hand up if you've been lobbied on any application? And if I go round clockwise, starting with Councillor Mumford. And Councillor English. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit tongue-tied. And Councillor Cox.
Item 1.
Sorry, who else had their hands up? Councillor Kimmins. Thank you, Councillor Kimmins. And working my way round. Councillor Brindle. Nobody else? Anybody else have any declarations of lobbying? Oh, right, okay, sorry. Oh, right, okay. That's better. That's what we're used to hearing, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Brindle? Oh, sorry. Councillor Coates?
Sorry, members, can I just ask that you take your time to make sure your microphone comes on and we resolve the issue with the microphone for you.
Any more declarations of lobbying? Ah, Councillor Holmes. Right. Councillor Perry. Declarations of lobbying.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, items 1 and 2. Could I just bear with you a minute? I just want to say it's been very remiss, I think, of me personally, but I just wanted to say, give my thanks to Councillor English for all the work he's done as chairman of this planning committee over a number of years. And I'm speaking personally here, but I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all the councillors here. I just wanted to put that on the record. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm Chairman. You're Councillor Perry. I know, this is, yes, this is a new experience for me. Yes, thank you. It had been my intention to actually propose a vote of a motion of gratitude to Councillor English for the way he has admirably chaired this committee for the past 4 years, ever since I first became a councillor. As a retired professional planner myself, I can vouch the fact that Clive has the most encyclopedic knowledge of the planning system, and I think he knows our constitution, our Maidstone Borough constitution, inside out. He has been a great asset to this committee over the last 4 years, and I'm sure had it not been for the events of 3 weeks ago, he'd be sitting here this evening instead of me. And I'd like to actually make a vote of appreciation of Clive's service to this committee over the past 4 years. I don't know if I need a seconder to put that forward. And I would certainly like that vote of thanks to be recorded in the minutes. And I do apologise for being so remiss in not saying it sooner, but I was a bit overawed with everything that was suddenly put in front of me. But thank you very much for your understanding and forbearance. And after that little interlude, we'll get back to declarations of lobbying. I think we're down to Councillor Eaves, I think. I appreciate your advice. Thank you. Come then put that to the vote, please. This is to thank Clive for his service to the committee over the past 4 years. Lobbying. I will get the hang of this eventually.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Going off the... I was getting confused between which sheet of paper we're going off the lobbying, so I'll go for the original one. Item number 16, 18, 20 and 23.
Thank you, Councillor Eaves. Councillor Young?
Yes, I've been lobbied on items 15, 16, 20, 23 and 24.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Parfitt-Reid?
Items 16, 18 and 23.
And I find it strange. I've only been lobbied on item 23. Perhaps people don't know me yet. I don't know. Anyway, only item 23.
Chairman, could I just quickly clarify the disclosures by Councillors Cox and English, because I think we were moving between the actual speakers list and the agenda. So, Councillor Cox, could you tell me which items again? Thank you. 23, thank you. And Councillor English?
Yes, sorry, it was 23 or 1, then 16 or 2, item 19 or 8, and then there's another one, another was 19.
Right, we now move on to item 11, to consider whether any items should be taken in private because of possible disclosure of exempt information. So far as I'm aware, there are no issues that should be considered in private, and we will consider every item in public session this evening. Item 12, the minutes of the meeting on the 22nd of April and on the 26th of April. Is everybody happy with these minutes? Has anybody got any comments or want any changes? I will take no response as the fact that you're all quite happy. Okay, thank you, councillors, that is noted. Next, item number 13, the appointment of political group spokespersons. I must admit I am very uncertain as to what this role is. I know it's been around for quite some time. I don't quite know what their responsibilities are and what their role and purpose is. And I wonder if it would be possible for the officers to perhaps give all councillors, and particularly our new councillors, some guidance and advice as to what the role entails, if that is possible.
Seems to work.
Is that you?
Thank you, Chairman. There isn't specific reference in the Constitution anymore to appointment of spokespersons. They used to have a function in calling in applications to committee. That reference is now removed, but there are existing ongoing delegations to the Head of Planning and Development in consultation with the spokesperson, so we do need to continue to appoint them for that purpose. Thank you, Chairman.
Is everybody happy with that, or has anyone got any questions or have any comments upon the role and function of the group political spokesman? Oh, Councillor English.
If I could assist slightly with new members, the essential role is to actually act as a mechanism for pre- and post-consultation, which often is necessary in order to, shall we say, smooth out the rougher edges of planning applications. It has proven very successful and has been a way of involving as many members of the committee as can be accommodated. The alternative would be simply to leave all matters of discussion of that kind to officers, which would exclude effectively a lot of people, because what tends to happen is that the ward spokespersons do this in consultation with the local member, a ward member and parish councils. Without that mechanism, I'm not quite sure how it would be done. If people want to change it, it can be looked at, but at the moment it is working very well for all groups on the committee as far as I can see, and has been for about 25 years. Does that help, Mr. Chairman?
That helps me. How do other councillors feel about that? Is it something you need further advice on? Is it something you think we can proceed with?
I'd propose we proceed for the moment, and if people have reservations, then obviously it can be looked at further in due course.
Okay, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to, as a postscript really, to Councillor English's input, it does not prevent this committee deciding that specific councillors should attend one of these discussion outside of committee, because very often there are individuals who have a specialism, or indeed it's quite a complicated location that a planning application is, where it may be within one ward, but the main impact in terms of local communities is in another. I mean, for example, there are parts of Boxley Ward which abut the very densely populated areas of East and North Ward, where it's in Boxley, but actually all the residents affected are in East or North Wards, for example.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. That's very, very useful. Councillor Mumford, I'm so used to calling you by your Christian names.
By virtue of being a spokesperson, we get invited to all the pre-application meetings, and we do achieve quite a lot there, and the actual applications that come here are a lot better for that group to get together on pre-app. Also, sometimes when we pass applications, we use delivery groups, and they monitor the delivery of the larger sites, and it is normally that group of people plus the ward councillor, sometimes the parish council, form that delivery group, and it's worked well.
Thank you, Councillor Mumford. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wondered who, in fact, requests an item to go before that group of people. Is it, can anyone ask for one of the items, one of the planning applications to go before the
I think that other councillors were referring to pre-app meetings, where it's the applicant who comes forward and contacts the borough council, and then they normally meet with the chairman and vice chairman of the planning committee, plus ward members, plus normally the political group spokesman.
Okay.
So everybody has a say and can see what's going on. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chairman. I fully understand the work that this is undertaken. I think it can be very important. What I struggle with is why you need to have this formal sort of representation. Why do we have to create political spokesman? I mean, if you have a case, it surely should be done on a case-by-case basis, shouldn't it? So that any member of this committee, if they have a particular interest in it, can be involved. I don't see why you need a political spokesperson formally sort of appointed for this. It seems to be something that is unnecessary. I prefer to keep it much more flexible and have a, so it's open to anybody. I mean, for instance, ward members, or as Councillor Harwood quite rightly said, there could be, you know, where it's on a border, you could have ward members and the adjoining ward members. So there's a whole raft of options here, and I think we should keep it flexible. So I don't see the point of this formal appointment. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, please do.
If there's a case for changing something, then that case should be made. However, this has just been sprung on me, and we've had a system that's been in operation without any major complaints for 25 years. If there is a case for changing it, then yes, let's make that case, let's look at it, but let's not do it on the hoof tonight without thinking about it. I say we appoint the group spokesmen tonight, as it's on the agenda, and not doing so and coming up with another system is not on the agenda. And if we go away, if there are other issues, to Democracy Committee and look at it. But let's not do something tonight which has not been considered by anyone, has just been sprung on most of the members of this committee now, not having been on the agenda.
No, I agree with you. You know, this is something which has just come to light, really. And I think that, you know, perhaps there might be merit in when there are pre-app meetings that any member of the planning committee can attend, not just a nominated political group spokesman. So let us perhaps defer this, or perhaps shall we refer it to...
Mr. Chairman, I personally don't have a strong view on this, but the agenda is as set out.
Okay.
And unless we're withdrawing the item from the agenda, and we've already decided there are no withdrawn items from the agenda, then we should appoint group spokesmen tonight.
Okay.
And if the constitutional change is made, then we should change it at due course, but not change the agenda without notification.
I'm not suggesting we do that this evening. Let me go, Councillor Mumford.
I take the responsibility of attending as many and all pre-application meetings. Some of those I go to are not well represented by members. It's all right to say you can all go, but would any of you go on one particular one? And you're losing the member input to a pre-application. And I go on every single one that I can because I am the group spokesperson. It doesn't matter whose ward, it is a planning application, and I will look at that critically and feed back to that developer. It improves it. It gives you member input, and the group spokespersons, in my experience, take it seriously and attend all of them. To say that anyone can attend, anyone can, but nobody might, and that loses your input.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to prolong this debate, but I think it's quite important to set some context as to why this local authority adopted the political spokesperson approach. Previously, there were formal chairman's run-through meetings. So essentially the item every item was looked at and the briefing went on from the officers. There were pre-application discussions on some of the bigger items. And in those days, there was no spokesperson. So essentially anybody who wanted to went along. And in those days, councillors were awarded attendance allowances, and I recall that the chairman's briefing and these pre-meetings all attracted an attendance allowance. So in those days it was about, I don't know, 19, 20 quid per meeting. So everybody went along to all these meetings. So effectively the committee met twice. And in those days we didn't even have one planning committee. We had a North Area Planning Committee, we had a South Area Planning Committee. So effectively it cost the local authority quite a lot, but the councillors did quite well out of it, so I quite fancy a return to that probably. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Councillor Holwood. It's nothing like some financial incentivisation. I think Rob Jarman wants to say something, so if I hand over to him.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Not to cut across the role of the party spokespersons, but just to confirm that for planning applications, every member and substitute for planning committee is invited to a pre-application meeting, which involves councillors plus the ward members.
Thank you, Mr. Jarman. Okay, well, I think we've discussed this enough. I just wanted to make it clear that everybody knew what political spokesmen do, particularly the new members. So if I go around the table, I don't want to give priority to anybody. So if I start off with Councillor Mum, your nomination for your group's political spokesman.
I think I nominate
I know, you nominate yourself. Councillor English.
Well, we're going to be discussing this again, but for the moment it will be Councillor Harwood.
And Councillor Coates. Must be you. I need you to actually say so. Okay. And Councillor Perry. Oh, right. Or perhaps I should ask Councillor Brindle.
Yes, I was going to suggest Councillor Brindle, whether she would be happy to do it.
Yes, I'd be happy to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Brindle. Right, I think that concludes that item. Thank you. Item 14, presentations of petitions. I'm not aware of any petitions that have been submitted. Item 15, deferred items. I don't know whether Mr. Bailey has any information for us.
No update, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Right, we now come on to the main items on the agenda, which is a number of planning applications. Okay. Smashing. Thank you much. Right.
You keep that.
Okay, I don't. Oh dear. Sorry about the interruption, members. This isn't a meeting like we normally have them, and there's lots of different things have to be done. So for the everybody knows what is happening, I will read out the agenda item and then refer to the officer who will be presenting the report. Some officers will be presenting their reports remotely. Now that is something we have never done at a sort of hybrid type meeting. After the report has been introduced, I will call out the names of people who will be speaking in person or remotely. If appropriate, I will then ask any visiting members for the item to make their contributions. Each member will be called by name. For those people who are attending in person, when you hear your name called, could you please come forward to the table in front of you and take a seat? To speak, press the middle button. You will not need to hold it down. The button will turn green and the ring around the mouthpiece will turn red. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I will tell you when your time is up, and I will do that after 3 minutes to be absolutely fair to everybody. Once you have finished speaking, please press the middle button again. It will turn white and return to your seat. At the end of each item, I will ask for a brief pause while those who wish to leave do so. Okay, so that is how we will be proceeding this evening, which is a different format to what we have ever done before, and it is different and will take some getting used to. So if we now go back to the agenda, and the first item we'll be dealing with is item 23. Whoops. Sorry, deferred. Oh. Sorry, councillors, I've missed out item 15. We have just done deferred items. Sorry? Yeah, we did. Sorry. Sorry. Right, so, sorry about that again. Right, item number 23, 80 Oakwood Road, Maidstone, Kent. And we have 3 speakers, Mrs. Kahili from the Oakwood Park Community Group, Mrs. Booth, the applicant, and Councillor Harper, who will be a visiting member.
You need to have it introduced first, Chairman.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right. Magic, okay. Right. So for this item, I call upon Mrs. Diane Chaplin, Team Leader, Development Management, to introduce the report on item 23. Thank you. I'm sorry about the confusion. I'm getting there.
Thank you, members. Just to introduce before Ms Chaplin does speak, obviously officers that are present in the room, as this is a new agenda, we're having to go through the Skype system. So bizarrely, although we're in the room, we're not connected up in terms of the screen separately. So we will be presenting through the Skype system. So if you can just, as it normally is, imagine if we're not here, we're virtual, like the rest of the officers, so we'll just have to see how this goes. So please bear with us. As I said, we are trying a new hybrid version. So I'm just going to log myself onto the Skype call, and then we will be presenting through your screens, if that's okay. I won't put the microphone on. Right. And I'm going to say, members, can you see the screen? And I can say, actually, I can see it myself. So if you just bear with us. Right. Okay, so I'm just going to, at the same time, because we've only got one system, I'm just going to swap with Miss Diane now, and then I'll just go on to the next seat. So thank you very much, members.
Good evening, members. So if you give me a moment just to get used to somebody else's laptop and system. Right, this proposal is for 80 Oakwood Road. It's for the erection of an annex in the rear garden of number 80. This is the site location plan. The site's in an urban area. It's at the front of the site is the existing two-storey dwelling which fronts Oakwood Road. With the dwelling located on the northern end of the site, with a large front garden and a very substantial rear garden. I'll just take you to the next slide. This is the aerial photo for the site. You'll see the area is quite heavily greened in the rear gardens. The boundaries comprise close board fencing with trees and hedges. This is a photograph of the rear of number 80 Oakwood Road. This is a photo looking down the rear garden. Again, you note the landscaping, fencing. Again, another picture towards the rear of the site. This is some of the existing outbuildings on the site, which comprise sort of normal sheds, greenhouses, etc. An example of the boundary treatment, I believe, along the northern boundary of the site. You'll see the existing trees that they're proposed to remain. This is the existing block plan. You'll see on the proposed site location plan, the annex is located at the far southern end of the garden. And again, in slightly greater scale here. The siting will ensure the retention of the existing landscaping and boundary treatments. As it's located to the far rear southern end of the site, it's not going to be visible from the street scene. The proposed dimensions are 9 metres wide with 6 metre depth. There is a decking proposed to the front. The eaves height will be 3 metres with a total height to the ridge of 4.7 metres. There's an approximate spacing to the boundaries of around 2 metres. It varies with the angling of the garden boundaries and the siting of the annex itself. The floor plan here shows there'll be 1 bedroom proposed, a bathroom, a living area with an office. The nearest neighbours are a minimum of 34 metres away to Manor Drive to the west, increasing to greater distances to Oakwood Court to the east. This is the external appearance of the proposal. So it's come up quite light on the overhead, so apologies for that. It's basically a wooden structure, timber-clad, a very traditional wooden outbuilding with a low pitch. As I said previously, there's around 2 metres retained to the boundaries. I would note that under this proposal requires permission because it is a residential annex. If it wasn't an annex and it was a normal outbuilding, if the height was kept to 4 metres, you could either have a similar size outbuilding or even a larger outbuilding in terms of footprint. It's not considered to be an unusual or unexpected feature at the rear of a garden. The materials are sympathetic in terms of their wooden detailing. If you remember from the photos, there was wooden sheds. You get wooden summer houses, and in the area there's several examples of similar structures. Its use as an annex can be conditioned, along with biodiversity provision. It's not to have any separate access, which will ensure that it remains ancillary, as will the added addition of the condition. Overall, the siting, the spacious gaps, existing and mature landscaping, and the long gardens all combine to ensure there will be no loss of residential amenity or loss of character or with visual impact, and will accord with policies DM1 and DM9 of our local plan. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that presentation. We now have our first public speaker, who is Mrs. Keeling. If you would like to come forward, please, and sit on the chair in front of you. And you will see a green button. That's right, if you press that once, and then when you finish, you press it again.
Right. I cannot emphasise enough the impact the annex will have visually to look at from my property and garden. It will also have an effect on properties in Oakwood Road and Oakwood Court. The annex plus the foundation, which the plans do not show the height of it would be, and the sloping roof, it is going to be a significant height. On the side of the annex, facing my boundary, are 2 windows with no plans to state the size of them. They could look into my property and garden, and that would intrude on my privacy. What is the distance that the annex has to be from my boundary, considering the overhang on the roof? I have already got an annex on my boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Keeling. We now have to have the seat wiped and the desk wiped and various other. Right, our next speaker is Mrs. Booth. Oh, well, I missed out. Oh, it was on. I think it may now be safe for you to move across. Right, Mrs. Booth, are you okay now to take your seat? I'm sorry about all that. It's just rules and regulations you have to follow.
That's fine.
Right, you have 3 minutes. Just press the green button.
I'm on. Good, good. Okay, thank you, Chairman, councillors. We'd like to build an annex at the bottom of the garden for our disabled daughter, and we'll hope you eventually will agree that your planning officer thinks it should be allowed within your guidelines. We're happy to comply with any of the restrictions. Jennifer became ill when she was 10. She has Crohn's disease, arthritis and chronic fatigue. I also care for my granny who's 100, my deaf and blind dad and his wife with dementia. So having Jen close to home is really important to us. Jen was never well enough to go to secondary school, and the LEA sent tutors to teach her just for 45 minutes, and that was too much for her. And even now, she's completed an Open University degree and is now just about to finish her master's, but she's not well enough to live independently. But at 25, she needs some extra space, some privacy, and some chance of a normal adult life. And that's what the cabin, the annex, is going to give her. So we think an environmentally considerate annex at the bottom of our garden seems the best solution for our family. It'll give Jen space to work, rest, and we'll be nearby when she needs us. We talked to our neighbours, all of them, about what the annex would look like and where we wanted to put it, and then we changed it round with their comments in mind. We're having it's a timber-framed building with timber cladding, really well insulated. We want low-impact foundations that aren't very deep, and then easy pads, so it'll be using crushed concrete, which will all be recycled and not having to make more concrete. And also it won't disturb the roots of the trees that are all around us. We'll not be using fossil fuels. All of the central heating and the hot water will be electric and will be supplemented by the PV panels on our roof, and we'll put new ones on the roof of the annex and our existing garage. We love our big garden, and we've always kept lots of wild areas for nature. And we see frogs and bats and bees and birds of all sorts throughout the garden. And there are big areas that aren't going to be affected by the annex. And even those we will replant to encourage wildlife and enable wildlife corridors to continue. A power cut in our cabin will be, a power cut to Jennifer will be really detrimental. And so we would like to fit a log burner, and I know this has upset some of our neighbours, but she can't function without heating. So I wish there was a clock. I've no idea how long I've spoken for.
Can I ask you to finish there, please? You've had your 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I thought might happen.
But thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And particularly for the planning officer who helped us do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I need to press the button.
We now need to have the desk sanitised. Right, well, thank you to Mrs Snook for cleaning the desk. I now call upon Councillor Paul Harper, please. Thank you. Have your 3 minutes. I'm sure you're well honed to get it in 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Whilst I appreciate the needs of the family for increasing accommodation space, this particular application should be rejected. The officers have understated the impact of this proposal. The neighbourhood has a character of medium-sized gardens with primarily 1960s and 70s buildings. Building in back gardens is inappropriate as it results in a reduction in local biodiversity and natural routes for wildlife. It is also bad for the visual environment. The size of the annex is out of keeping with the area. Paragraph 2.01 in your papers gives a ridge height of 4.7 metres, which is 15.5 foot high, which will be visible to all the properties in the immediate area. The height of the annex is similar to a typical bungalow or the height of a double-deck bus by comparison. The side windows are 8'6" above the ground, when average fence panels, which people can purchase, are only 6 foot. So the windows will clearly be overlooking any fencing around the property. And a number of trees to make this proposal have already had to be removed. So the building is out of scale with typical garden sheds, which I hear the officer mentioned. Garden sheds don't generally dominate people's gardens and outlooks. This proposal is obtrusive, overmassing and out of character. Now, a similar timber annex was given permission at 78 Oakwood Road. However, that has a flat roof and is no more than 2.5 metres in height and covers a smaller ground print. This proposal is 4.7 metres, almost twice the height of one which Mrs Keeley referred to earlier. So it really is out of character of the area. Now, if the committee were minded to grant permission this evening to the proposed building, then I would suggest that there may be a number of mitigating factors. That could include a green living roof to the annex, which would promote biodiversity and lessen the impacts of the building, making the roof flat so that the building is no more than 2.5 metres above the ground level, as at 76 Oakwood Road. Perhaps the building could be then sunk into the ground, again to reduce its impact. And obscure side windows should be required to prevent overlooking into the properties in Manor Gardens and Oakwood Court due to the changes in height. Now, if you're deemed to object to the proposal or turn it down, I've already emailed you all, but for instance, specific policies would include DM1, sections 1.1, DM11, which is back gardens, 1, 2 and little 3, SP1 and SP2, and DM1, DM2, DM3, DM6 and DM8. So what I'm asking is for you to reject this application and potentially ask for something to be presented to a future meeting which is less dominating of the local environment.
Can I call you that? Thank you very much, Councillor Harper. Thank you. Timed to perfection. Now, does the planning officer wish to come back and comment on any of those?
Yes, I would just like to point out in terms of where you've raised the issue of imposing obscure glazing conditions on the side windows. Given the distances here, there's obviously 6 tests for imposing conditions. They have to be reasonable, necessary, precise, enforceable. With the distances here of sort of 34 metres to the rear of the nearest property, there would be no sort of justification to say there would be overlooking here, or really that the condition would be reasonable to put obscure glazing on this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chaplin. Right, I'll now open it up to councillors. I've had 3 notifications to speak so far. Councillor Eves, Councillor English, and then Councillor Harwood and Councillor Young. So if I can take Councillor Eves first, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've had a good read of all this, and I've listened to what was said this evening. think I'm in a bit of a unique situation here in that I'm trying to work out the ages now, 20 years' time, I'm going to be in a very, very similar situation in that I'm going to need to consider living situations for my 2 youngest children. Chances of them actually going out, getting a job, earning a living, buying a house, very, very slim to none. No, they have a wonderful life and they will have a wonderful life, but that's just the circumstance. So we've actually talked about the possibility of where we will be at that point, of an annex, of something in our garden if we do not, if I can't afford to have a nice big 5-bedroom detached house that I can have 4 adults until they're in their middle age or, even towards their, older age. So I think as a committee here, we need to consider the actual needs of the applicant and genuine reasons for it. That we're not granting permission here to have an Airbnb stuck in a back garden. This is a genuine request. There is a genuine need, but we do need to consider the impact of neighbours. Now, I take into consideration the enforceability of having obscure windows because of overlooking in the distance. However, I also don't think that we should just throw away the fact that the property is 30, 40 metres away when actually they own the entire garden as well. And I'm pretty sure the applicant wouldn't deem it unreasonable and would probably be accepting to include obscured windows on that side of the building. So I don't see why we cannot request it. And I'm pretty sure if it's to make it more of an amicable build to appease neighbours, then I think that is actually a reasonable request to add on. And something else as well that was mentioned that I did think of by Councillor Harper is the prospect of having, to increase biodiversity with the removal of the trees and the adding of this, albeit wooden structure, but a hard-standing structure, is looking at ways to increase and enforce the, biodiversity scheme. Councillor Harwood might actually be in a good position to talk about the feasibility of maybe a green roof. It might be more your sort of remit and your knowledge base, but actually having a condition to have a minimum standard, not just at least one of X, Y, and Z that's in the report. I think we should be a little bit more enforceable and say, no, we want X, Y, and Z, and maybe we could give delegated powers to yourselves to sort of, look at coming up with something that is going to actually have something positive as a tangible, positive impact on biodiversity. But I'd be mindful that if we can look at those additional considerations I put forward, that we actually agree to approve this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eaves. Councillor English.
Those of us who've been here a long time, which is certainly me and Councillor Harwood, will remember that there used to be something called the Kent Design Guide for Extensions. We don't actually have a recommended minimum distance now, but in those days it was 22 metres. This proposal is somewhat in excess of that distance, and that's so I think we do need to take into account that actually refusing the application would be quite difficult. I mean, I've looked at this property in quite some detail, and I can tell you now there are far more intrusive extensions, annexes, what have you, all over Maidstone, not just in my ward. There are several in Blythe Road. I just went to visit recently, and Blythe Road is an area with characterful back gardens. So I think some of those were granted, 1 or 2 of them were granted on appeal. So I would have to say I'm not looking at this application and seeing grounds for refusal should we actually be minded going that direction. Having said that, I don't think it would be entirely unreasonable, and I think Councillor Eaves was suggesting an informative be put on the application to suggest that they do look at obscure glazing, despite the fact of the enforceability, and I think that would be a reasonable request. In terms of the biodiversity, there are all sorts of things you can do with buildings. I'm sure we're feeling intensely the loss of Councillor Atkinson, who at this point would be having his hand up to suggest B bricks. Don't want to interfere, Lottie, because I gather you were taking that on, but as I'm speaking. So there are things we can actually request in terms of the annex, in terms of Swift bricks and B bricks, if they're not already included. Forgive me, I've only just got the papers today, so I'm not entirely up to speed on every single condition. But if they're not there, we can add them. And should add them, because and if there's a need for some extra planting, I'm sure we could add that as well, because that would help to. I think a green roof on a pitch roof is quite tricky, but biodiversity could be enhanced here, and I think we should take those opportunities, because we always do. I would simply observe that if this was the size of the structure, would be in and of itself permitted development if it wasn't actually for the specific nature of this application. So if this were refused, then, you know, and someone could come along in years to cut ahead and put up a structure fully as large, but not for such a noble purpose, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor English. I quite agree with you about what can be put up under residential permitted development rights. It's quite frightening. But thank you for that. Councillor Harwood was next, and I'm hoping you'll be able to advise us about B bricks, Swift bricks, back boxes, and whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, I won't disappoint. I mean, first of all, nobody has moved anything yet, so I will move that we grant permission, as per the papers, with an informative around obscured glazing in the flank windows where there was seen as a potential issue. However, I think the area where perhaps there could be concerns is around the proposal to have a biomass element in this scheme, because it is in proximity to people's gardens, it is proximity to the Tunbridge Road corridor, where we already have some emissions issues. I would have thought that a far more appropriate renewable source in an area like this would be a ground source heat pump. You know, they're cheap and cheerful, and there's a big garden that it could be sunk into. But for the purposes of planning, even though this is a standalone annex, it is a residential extension according to planning law. And our supplementary planning document that was agreed back in 2012 actually has a very good renewable energy policy attached to it. And I think we ought to stipulate within the conditions that a renewable energy source is utilised in here, and we can't kind of state exactly what that is, but we can recommend that perhaps a ground source heat pump is utilised. In terms of the biodiversity issues, I've got 2 points there. And one, I think that because of the shading from surrounding trees and so on, I think probably using a sedum roof would probably be unsuccessful and probably just get soggy and damp in the winter and very dry in the summer. However, a wooden construction building such as this would suit back tubes very well. Essentially, you could ram the eaves with back tubes, and I think that would be your net gain for biodiversity in this setting. However, there is another issue, which is a wider issue, in that it looks as if we now have a standard condition on biodiversity, which I think came out of some discussions in the last civic year. However, I'm a little bit worried about one element of it, because it talks about, in this kind of pick and mix, it talks about hedgehog corridors, when actually there's no fencing proposed in this scheme, so I think it's academic. However, what we should do is, wherever there is fencing involved, part of that fencing condition is that we do have voids underneath to allow ecological movement, so that animals can move through. And I don't think it's actually part of a kind of a tariff you can pick and mix from. So I just want to kind of flag a slight worry around that. But I've moved with that, with the informative and with the renewables condition, and in relation to a recommendation that from this committee, perhaps with an informative added to the biodiversity condition, that back tubes are very appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbit. I think you have a seconder. from Councillor Ashley Kimmins. He was first. Do you wish to speak now, or?
Yeah, I will speak. Sorry, Chairman, point of order. Normally you would ask the ward councillors first to speak, and as you have 2 ward councillors here, you have Councillor Peter Holmes and myself, but we will let it slide this time as it's the first item on the agenda. Tony has stolen all of my glory, apart from well, no, he actually mentioned about the flat roof as well, and I would assume that the PV panels would be better, and having a what's it called, a pitched roof, isn't it? Like that, yeah. Having a pitched roof rather than a flat roof because of obviously the trees. I agree with the obscure glazing, and just one other thing is Tony mentioned about the ground source heat pump. Now, if the planning application had come forward just with the electric heating and no mention of the biomass, then it would have, obviously, if the application was granted, at a later date, you wouldn't need planning permission to put a different heat source in there. So, you know, I wouldn't go too much on the heating source, because the applicant did say that it was going to be electric with a backup of the biomass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimmins, and apologies for not asking the two ward members to speak first. Rather unusual for a ward to have its 2 members on the same planning committee, but there we are. It's I have Councillor Brindle next, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In view of the fact that it is 7.4 metres high. Sorry, I've got them around the wrong way. Dyslexia is alive and well. I wonder whether it will be possible to either, as has been mentioned, sink it into the ground, or, as has also been mentioned, have a flat roof, because that would allay some of the fears that some of the neighbours have about the height of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brindle. I think Mr. Fitzpatrick wants to come in here, if I can just ask him. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Chair. It's just more a point of clarification from Councillor Howard. The applicant was talking about earlier about on the renewables stuff, that she was going to be getting energy from both the PVCs on the house, was planning on putting some on the garage and on the shed. Are we still wanting additional renewables in addition to the ground source heat pump? Just seems, I'm not being funny, I'm just wondering if that point was missed or if I've missed something.
Yeah, there you go. The residential extensions SPD includes a policy for renewables within extensions. Therefore, what I'm seeking is a condition that seeks evidence that renewables will be used to power this extension. We cannot really stipulate specifically how they were. It's just that there was a discussion around the fact that there was a concern about being on the grid and the grid failing, and that's why biomass was discussed. I just raised the point that you can get independent from the grid ground source heat pumps, which would essentially do the same job, but in a way that does not create the same emissions problem. I hope that helps.
So this is are we delegating that point to officers to resolve the renewables?
What we're ensuring is that there is a renewables condition as per the SPD, and we're just simply putting a informative that investigation of a ground source heat pump as an alternative to biomass is recommended.
Right, thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Cox.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've got one question really, and I think it's to the officer. We are talking about the obscured glazing for people from inside to look at the existing residents and to be sitting there voyeuring what they're looking at. I also think it's important that a person who lives in a house, in a dwelling, should be able to see the sky. And so therefore, could we consider not obscuring it completely, but almost like a privacy to part of it? Because I think it's important that somebody who is, I don't know whether you consider her the existence of her disability, but to be able to look out and see the sky, I think is, and certainly the tops of trees and everything like that. So I think it's obscuring completely, I think maybe too much. But could we consider looking at the privacy or semi-obscuring? Because I just think it's important that we are passing houses, dwellings, that people will enjoy living in, as well as people all the time. They must be pressed against their watching everything happen. I don't think that is the case. But people living inside their houses, looking out, get enjoyment from being able to look out of a window. More, I think, than people always looking in. If that could be considered, please.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Mr. Bailey, would you like to come back? I'm sorry, Ms. Chaplin, would like to come back. We're talking specifically about increased biodiversity, perhaps lowering the roof, and having a condition and informative about renewable energy.
Right, I'll start with the informatives. I can obviously add informatives to investigate a ground source heat pump as a preferable alternative. That can be added as an informative. As I can also highlight with an informative that bat tubes would be the best use, best option for a building such as this. I can put an option on to encourage the applicant to maybe think about obscure glazing, but in terms of a condition, that the distances, I just reiterate really what I've said before, that the distances involved are significant, and I really would need to have some sort of justification to impose a restrictive condition in relation to obscure glazing. The windows on the side, I think one is high level in any event and is a narrow window, and the other is serving the office, so it wouldn't be a main window, and it is at single story level looking towards the fence and the landscaping, again with the distances there. Was there another? I think that's all the points covered. Yeah, in terms of lowering the height, this is the proposal we've got in front of us, so you'd have to either defer to seek an amendment to the scheme or refuse and encourage an alternative scheme to come forward. But this is the proposal that we're actually considering tonight with the pitch roof at 4.7 metres.
Councillor English?
Members, the proposal wasn't for a condition, as I understand it, for the obscure glazing. It was an informative, and which doesn't really need much of a justification. It's a polite request. And I don't think the consensus of opinion, or the majority of opinion, was in favour of turning it down the application and, because of the height of the roof and asking them to resubmit.
Thank you, Councillor English. We now have a proposer, we have a seconder. Does anybody else wish to speak on this application? So we have a proposal to grant permission, which, as I understand it, will be as per the papers, together with a further condition, or perhaps to boost the biodiversity and to encourage renewable energy, with an informative to investigate the possibility of a ground source heat pump. Does that? Yes. Like to come back in?
I can obviously add a condition regarding renewable energy, so I can add a condition on that point, and then just backed up with an informative suggesting various options.
I think that is what members want. So are members all clear on the motion you'll be voting on? Okay, can I then please ask for votes in favour? don't think there were any votes against. Well, it was unanimous.
No. So. No.
Sorry? Councillor Coates, have you... Oh, right. Okay. Councillor Coates, can you tell me if you're voting for or against the motion which is before the committee at the moment? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll ask Mrs. Snook to read out the result.
Right, sorry members, we'll sort our microphones out. So that was carried, 12 in favour, none against and 1 abstention.
Thank you, members. Right, we'll now move on to the next application, but we need to allow time for people to take their leave, for seats and desks to be cleaned. It's hard work line, isn't it? Is everybody ready to continue? Okay, well this is going to be a new experience for us all. The next application lands southwest of London Road and west of Castor Park, Beaver Road, is going to be presented to us by Mr. Timms, and he'll be presented remotely, which is a new experience for us.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
It's coming through okay. Right, okay. So this is an outline application for 106 houses with access being sought at this stage. The majority of the site and all of the proposed housing falls within Tunbridge and Malling Borough. But because part of the access, hopefully you can see here, highlighted yellow, and a small corner of the site by London Road falls within Maidstone, the applicant's required to make planning applications to both authorities. But we can only consider those parts that fall within Maidstone. Tunbridge and Malling approved their application in January at their planning committee, and the legal agreement is being finalised before the decision is issued. So there's only a couple of main issues, access and traffic. This is the existing access. As you can see, it's there, it's on the ground through Castor Park. That would be used and has been assessed as being suitable and safe by KCC Highways. Improvements are proposed to the Beaver Road A20 junction, which would suitably mitigate the impact of the traffic there, and no objections are raised by KCC. The junction improvement itself is secured under the Tunbridge and Morling approval by condition. Traffic impacts further afield would be mitigated by the planned County Council improvement at the Cold Harbour roundabout. There would be a minimal impact at the Poppy Fields roundabout, and other junctions further away there would be no harmful impacts, and that's all accepted by KCC Highways. In terms of air quality, the air quality assessment concludes the development will have negligible impacts upon receptors in the local area, mainly on the A20, and that's been accepted by Maidstone's air quality officer. The other small area of land is indicated as being natural green space under the outline application, and obviously that wouldn't result in any visual harm to the area. So in conclusion, as I say, we can only consider those parts of the site within our boundary, and in these respects the development is acceptable and therefore permission is recommended. In terms of updates, we've had 3 additional representations since the agenda was published, but they don't raise any new material issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Timmers. We will now hear from Councillor Mrs. Robertson, who once again is a new thing for us to deal with. She will be speaking remotely. Don't quite know how we bring her forward, but she's going to talk to us remotely as a visiting member.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Right, good evening to you all. I called this application in over 2 years ago, and in that time the pressure on the local road infrastructure has vastly increased. Unfortunately for us, Tunbridge and Morling Council has already given outline planning permission for 106 houses on the major part of the site. It has become more and more apparent that the Beaver Road A20 junction will be overloaded despite the proposed mitigation measures, and we mustn't forget that the capacity of the westbound A20 is severely restricted because of the railway bridge. No account has been taken in the transport assessment of the traffic from the park and ride surface and the DFS store, which is right opposite Castor Park. There is a proposal called Merlin, which aims to provide a footpath and cycle link from the River Medway via this development and others further along Hermitage Lane to Barming. And we need to emphasise to Tunbridge and Morling Council to make sure that land is safeguarded for this when the detailed plans for the housing are submitted to them. I acknowledge that financial contributions will be sought towards schools and GP premises, but this should also include the college practice branch surgery in Allington, which is severely overloaded already. Local people feel very aggrieved that Tunbridge and Morling Council are allowing building right up to our borough boundary, with scant regard to the effect this has on the quality of life here in Allington. One further point I'd like to make is that there needs to be a footpath from Castor Park along Beaver Road and down to the south side of the A20 to the site, so that people can actually walk down there in safety. That's all, Chairman, I wish to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. In fact, I need to apologise to, what's her name now? Mrs. Poletti. Sorry, I should have asked you to have spoken first. I do apologise for that, but if you'd like to speak now, we're all very keen to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, we can all hear.
Are you hearing me, Chairman?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can I begin?
Didn't quite catch what you said.
Can I begin my 3-minute statement?
Yes, your 3 minutes is starting now. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's an echo in here. Good evening, Chairman and councillors. Contrary.
Hello, Mrs. Poletti, we've lost you.
Chairman, would you like me to read the statement of Mrs. Poletti? I do have it here on her behalf, if there's difficulties.
Yes, that's fine. I think that's fine.
Would you like me to have another try? There is a big echo on this line.
Sorry, is that Councillor Robertson I'm hearing?
No, that's Mrs. Poletti.
Well, can we hear from one of you?
Well, I'll continue if you can hear me okay. Can you confirm?
I can't hear. Okay. Yes, we can hear you now, yes.
You can?
Yes.
So I will begin
Please.
with my statement. Good evening, Chairman and councillors. Contrary to what is written in your committee report, KCC Highways did in fact recommend refusal of this application in their consultation response dated the 17th of September. This was on the grounds of expected traffic growth for 106 new homes, which they said would have a significant impact on highway safety, leading to excessive queuing and delays. Since then, the only mitigation put forward and agreed has been a proposed left filter lane at the Beaver Road traffic lights. All of the data provided confirms that the Beaver Road side of the junction is operating over capacity now. I am a local resident living off Beaver Road, and I use this junction daily. It currently serves as the only access for 500 houses on both sides of the crossroads. Last year, there was a very serious accident at this junction where a car actually overturned, and I do not believe that the suggested mitigation of a left filter lane at the traffic lights will improve safety at all. In fact, most probably it will make it more dangerous, as some motorists may realise they are in the wrong lane. It has never been mentioned that the suggested left filter lane from the traffic lights leads directly to a narrow underpass beneath a railway bridge. Nobody has ever mentioned that the Beaver Road junction also serves the Park and Ride bus service, operating every 20 minutes. Also, that the proposed unadopted estate entrance road is opposite the large DFS car park, busy throughout the day. Both of these generate traffic not accounted for in the transport assessment. Traffic backs up on the A20 on a regular basis, and this access road is just a few yards from the Household Waste and Recycling Centre and the proposed entrance to the Gladman development of 840 new homes, all within Tunbridge and Malling Borough. The National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 109, states that development can be refused on highway grounds if there would be unacceptable impacts on highway safety, or the cumulative impact on the road network would be severe. KCC Highways confirmed this in their first original response. Tunbridge and Malling Council are once again building right up to the borough boundary, despite this being recognised as the Medway strategic gap. Traditionally, green space separating the two boroughs, and which both boroughs maintain, is still current. This rapid housing growth is causing unacceptable levels of congestion to Allington and the local area in general. Please refuse this unadopted access road, which is far too close to the Beaver Road traffic lights and this dangerous junction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Poletti. We now have another remote speaker, a visiting member, Councillor Forecast.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm against this application due to the concerns that me, Councillor Robertson, residents and the new Allington Action Group share alike. Although this application is within the TMBC boundary, the effects of such housing would have a great and detrimental effect on the residents of Allington. The ward is suffering with ever-increasing and unacceptable traffic congestion, air pollution and a loss of green space from developments such as that on Hermitage Lane. To enhance these consequences while simultaneously putting greater pressure on our already insufficient GP capacity as well as schools where there is dangerous lack of parking such as Palace Wood is not in the people of Allington's interest or its neighbouring wards. I too can advocate Merlin's position of safeguarding travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forecast. Now invite the Mr. Timms to make any comments that he might like to make on the statement so far made.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, a couple of points. There's reference to certain traffic from, I think, DFS and Park and Ride not being considered. As is the case with all transport assessments, traffic surveys are carried out, so that picks up the local traffic. I think other than that, some of the points, and I can come back on it, don't relate to what we are allowed to consider. So any sort of views on the housing, we're not considering it. We're just looking at the access point and the traffic, and obviously that small corner of open space. There was mention, and I did get an email today from a local in terms of the footpath along the A20. That at the moment you can cross the junction and walk to the Poppyfields pub. You can go that direction on the other side of the road. So I don't think there's a need for a footpath on the other side, which I think would actually wipe out quite a lot of trees, and then I'm not sure what you do when you get to the bridge. So I don't think that's necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. I'll now open this to members. I've had requests to speak from Councillors Cox, English and Kimmons. Sorry? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can somebody clarify, Mrs. Paletti, at the beginning of her speech, she said that KCC had objected to this. And now, on page 9, KCC Highways, no objection. Should we wait a little bit longer and they might change their mind? Or should we really pin down exactly where we are? Did they raise an objection? And if so, has it been solved? Has it been mitigated? Can we hear from officers, please?
I think we need to go straight back to Mr. Timmins on that one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know if there's a highways officer in attendance, but yeah, there was an objection towards the end of last year on the basis of the junction improvement hadn't been through a safety audit. A safety audit was carried out, and then KCC Highways considered that was acceptable, and finally, well, in the end, are raising no objections.
Could I come back, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Mr. Timms, how assured can we be that the upgrade to the junction will get carried out? Because we have had a couple of occasions where they've said, yes, mitigation is needed, and then we've waited sort of 4 or 5 years, and then the cost-benefit ratio disappears. So can we have any clarification on whether it would happen?
Yeah, I suppose this junction improvement's not huge scale like some of the strategic junctions, so and I'll get the wording, I can come back on it, but there's a condition on the Tunbridge and Malling consent, and I believe it's that it needs to be in place prior to occupation, but I'll look through that now and come back on that.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Cox? Okay. Councillor English?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit difficult when you get these applications, similar to the one we had recently in Medway, where Capstone Park, I think it was, where essentially all the issues that quite justifiably have been raised by residents both in Maidstone and Tunbridge and Morley and are essentially dealt with by the principal application in Tunbridge and Morley, and we're left to look at the access and a little bit of open space, and we in Maidstone get, frankly, the impact of a lot of this development, which is taking place in another authority and is governed by an application which we have very little control over. So anyway, having vented a little bit of frustration, well, a lot of frustration, the access shouldn't just be a road access. So I'm saying is, if you're familiar with the Tunbridge and Morley application decision, I did spend quite a lot of time looking at linkages, green and otherwise, to and from this site. And I'm just saying that I'm not quite sure how you bring the two together necessarily, but I would say that in granting this consent, we need to be aware that those linkages that T&M were looking at in terms of green corridors, footways and cycle routes, we need to actually be linking that up so that we're not just talking about a road access here, in my opinion, although that's what the application is for. We need to actually think about the wider connectivity and linkages which T&M did actually put in their decisions. So we shouldn't be undermining that and having a gap in those linkages. We're trying to get something connected all the way, but along these routes from centre of Maidstone to sort of effectively the middle of Tunbridge. So I think we need to bear that in mind.
Thank you, Councillor English. Is that something that you might like to put in an informative going to the applicant?
I think we should add an informative to that effect, that we should be seeking to ensure that where possible that the green linkages, footways and cycleways link up in the Maidstone side with the Tunbridge and Morley decision. I mean, you've got to think across boundaries now and again, haven't you?
Okay, thank you, Councillor English. Are you happy with that, Mr. Timms?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. Obviously, we don't really have much control of the application to it, but that's fine to put informatives on.
Yeah. I'm sure you're on good speaking terms with the planning officers in Tunbridge and Morley. Right, I now have Councillor Kimmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have control over it because we haven't granted permission to access the site. I mean, you've got to remember, this is the main A20, and we don't have a KCC officer here to answer our questions. That is wrong. I'm sorry, but he doesn't even have to be in the room, he can be remotely. So I just feel that because this has gone on so long, this is not something that's just happened overnight. This application's been bouncing around for quite a while. As for the footpath, I think it was Angela Paletti spoke about, which goes down to the bridge. I think there's a milestone there as well. But you've got to remember that it's not, even though it goes nowhere, it could be a cycle lane that actually does go somewhere because it stops at the bridge and then goes round the bridge onto the road. So it doesn't, you know, the sustainable transport, it's walking, cycling, buses, you know, I'm a bit... And Mr. Timms said there'll be trees wiped out. Well, I beg to differ because there's no trees on that grass verge there. It's quite a wide grass verge. I know it very, very well, being a taxi driver. So that's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimmons. Does anybody else have anything to say? Councillor Perry?
Thank you. Well, I was just coming in because I totally agree with what Councillor Kimmons has just said, that we have to agree this, and dare I use the words, we've got a bit of a ransom strip here, haven't we? Because if we don't agree it, then it throws the whole thing out. Now, I hate this application. I think it's terrible, actually. And I've got some paper in front of me. It goes for over 3 years that this thing has been bouncing around. And it seems to me that the people of Allington are going to pick up all the all the problems of the infrastructure, and it's not in their control. I do feel incredibly frustrated about this. I would love to be able to refuse it purely on the grounds of access. And I'm really disappointed that KCC are not present. They should be here. And when I hear the words Kent Highways has no objections, well, as I've said this many times before in this committee, you might as well have a flag raised that says Kent Highways has no objections, because they never seem to object to anything. And I'm really, really disappointed on this. I really don't want to support this. I really don't. But I don't know what the consequences would be if we refuse it and what grounds that there would be. But there are access issues. Everybody who knows that area and knows those roads knows there are major traffic issues here. And how someone can say that there's no objections when you put 106 houses there, and the infrastructure issues in Allington are major. We know there's problems with doctors' surgeries and all sorts of other issues. And I think this is a very serious application. And I do feel incredibly frustrated that if we just let this one go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Harwood and then English again. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman.
And Kimmins again.
I've had a look at the application that was granted by Tunbridge and Morling, and what's interesting is it does not have any of the design safeguards that we would seek should it have come before this committee, or indeed been a delegated decision. And yet it is our residents who are going to be most affected by it in terms of its visual impact, in terms of its unsustainability, frankly. And I know that in the past we have made kind of recommend all we can do. We've made kind of advances to T&M to ask them to consider some of the more progressive policies which we utilise, and it's very sad that they have not. That brings me on to my slight concern, is that Councillor Eaves will be very aware that we had a bit of an issue in our ward where we had an off-site cycle path was proposed as a component of a development at a brownfield site. And effectively, the developer came forward with a proposal to get a cycle path and footway in, which was essentially a dot-to-dot of about all the trees we had left in that part of North Ward. And the residents suddenly were alerted by these red posts having been hammered in, which took in really lovely trees. And it was really difficult for the local councillors to get that route changed, and Mr. Timms was very much involved with that, to something which actually dodged and missed the trees. So all I wanted to do is ensure that if we do put an informative on around the, if you like, the sustainable forms of transport, that perhaps that informative needs to have some direction on it for Tunbridge and Morling and for the applicant, that they achieve their route in a way which does not damage the existing landscaping, trees and other ecological features. So that was one safeguard I was seeking. The second one is in relation to the component of this application which is actually within our borough, and where we do have a semblance of control. Currently, the papers and the plans just basically say they're going to leave it as is. However, that does not mean it's going to stay the way it is, and effectively is the only buffer between a huge new housing estate and the existing residents. So we, as a planning authority, have a really significant interest in ensuring that that site is maintained in a semi-natural state. And I do wonder whether the proposed conditions are sufficient to do that. I mean, what we could potentially do is look at some sort of is almost a landscaping condition which requires the existing extent of natural vegetation to be maintained, and if that is lost for whatever reason, it needs to be replaced, for example. Or potentially we could ask for that vegetation to be bolstered in some way, and at least that gives it a 5 or 10 years, whatever replacement regime we seek. And the other option that is open to us is our TPOing the best trees that are on that little buffer area. So I don't know if Mr. Timms or perhaps Mr. Bailey have a view on how we can best safeguard the current condition of that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harwood. So it's basically boosting the ecological impact and trying to make it more sustainable, and perhaps giving a clear message to Tunbridge and Morning to get their act together. Yes, very good.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just probably just share my screen? I don't know how well you can see it, but if you can see that, you can see it's such a small parcel of land, and I've walked in there, and I think there's probably a tree and some sort of scrub within there, and hence why in condition 3 that's the only bit we can control. It says no physical development in there. I don't think it's proposed, but that makes sure that nothing happens in there. And then the landscaping details that they put in shall show retention of what's in there. We can, you can see it's a very small space. We can add to that condition that say, anything that dies within that, 5 years or something like that, we can say strengthen, but I'm not sure there's room to do much in there as it's such a small area, but we can certainly add to that condition. And I think sort of general comments on what we want to see in the Tunbridge and Morning development, we can put those on as informatives. That's absolutely fine. And that goes on our decision to the applicant. We can't make them do things, obviously, but that tells the applicant what Maidstone expects from that development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. Councillor English, you want to come back?
Yeah, I'm still interested in whether we should actually be exploring a condition in relation to that bit of footpath, potential footpath and cycleway that is actually in Maidstone Borough Council land, rather than just obviously we can only have informatives for T&M's land, but I actually do think it's worth looking at whether or not we could do condition appropriate sustainable linkages there, because yes, it's limited on foot, but it would be quite useful to actually put some cycle access in there. And if we can't do that, and if I can't answer that question tonight, I'm not mind. I know it sounds trivial, but actually it's not. And I would actually, and if we can't answer that tonight, I'm not really minded to vote in favour of the application. Because I'd like to hear an answer. And I think some people would have quite liked to have a highway officer here for some other questions.
Do you have a comment on that, Mr. Timms?
Yeah, again, I've got the screen. I think reference has been made to having a path along here to the verge, and I assume linking in the site here. For the T&M application, there's a large, I'll probably show it on this plan, large area of open space here, and I think there's ecology issues. So I'm not sure we can just have a path that sort of terminates at that point. It's the limit with what we can consider, unfortunately.
A tiny part of it is. It's such a tiny part in Maidstone, Councillor English, it's not going to have much effect, I fear.
Nevertheless, I would have liked to know what we can do.
Okay, Councillor Kimmons?
I think the informatives are the way to do it. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just something that I forgot whilst I was speaking. It's just the word prior to occupation. Wouldn't it be nice if it was prior to spade being put in ground, rather than prior to occupation? And then we know that things get done, because they can't put a shovel in the ground or a spade in the ground until they've actually done the improvement works.
I think that is the way the condition is normally expressed, but I will ask Mr. Timms or Mr. Bailey if they can comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, pre-commencement conditions, which is no spade in the ground, require specific justification to do that. So that would be something like contaminated land. Otherwise, a condition has to be reasonable and tied to when it's needed. So the condition is no occupation because that's when the traffic arises, when people live there. So that's the correct and reasonable, necessary, etc. trigger to put on.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. Right, anybody else? Oh, Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Just very briefly, it's already been said, but I feel deeply uncomfortable making a decision about this application without a KCC highways officer here that we can actually question about the impact of the traffic in towards this development. Sorry? I'll move that then to defer on that basis.
So is that a motion to defer for a highways officer to be present? Yeah, seconded. Anybody else want to put a... Councillor Harwood?
Thank you, Chairman. Further to Mr. Timms' point that if there are specific issues that we have concerns about in relation to the development where we can suggest informatives, I wonder if we are going for a deferral, whether officers could work up a list of potential informatives along the lines of the design conceits we usually seek in developments in our borough, just so we can show T&M how it's done. Thank you.
I think that's an excellent idea, Councillor Harwood. Thank you very much. Right, we have
sorry,
a...
Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
yeah,
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, sorry. I think the design issues is a matter for Tunbridge and Morning. I don't think any informative we add is going to make any difference to that. Frankly, that's not for us to consider. Sorry, that would need to be done, in my opinion, in a different setting, making representations on Tunbridge and Mornings that when we have cross-boundary applications, that maybe there's some sort of better cooperation between the councils or something, but I don't think you can put an informative on, because I think they've already made their decision, if I'm not mistaken. So, too late you cried.
Chair, I would say, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but they will, if members grant permission when it comes back to committee, they will have 2 planning permissions, and I don't see a problem with putting informatives on that the applicant may listen to when they put in their reserve matters in Tunbridge and Morning. But yeah, Mr. Fitzpatrick's right that we have no influence or control on that application. But the informatives might mean that the applicant decides to come and speak to us. I don't know. You know, we wouldn't have to, but they may do. So I don't see it as a problem, but I understand what Mr. Fitzpatrick is saying.
That's why we're not proposing conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. So we have a proposer, we have a seconder that we defer this application until we can have a highway officer here who we can cross-examine, basically. All those in favour? Wow.
So that's unanimous, Chairman. 13 in favour.
Thank you, members. We've now been going for 2 hours. We've done 2 applications. I think it's very likely we won't get through this agenda this evening. I would suggest that the next 2 applications we consider are the ones where we have public speakers, which is item 5 and item 9. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Bailey?
So we've got items 3, 4, 5. If we take those 3, 4, 5 as a guarantee, and then just see where we are at that time.
Okay. You want? Okay. Can we reconvene at say 8:10? Okay. Thank you very much, members. Okay. So 3. Members, could we please retake our seats and continue? So we're doing 3 and 4, yep?
Well, I think we do all the ones with the speakers if we can.
Yeah, okay.
So we do 3, 4 and 5,
Yeah.
and then we gauge. I suspect here we'll pause after this one,
Yeah.
and we'll see what the time is.
Okay.
And then if we have
Okay.
time for that one, and then we'll just see where we
Okay,
are at this
okay,
one.
Okay, 3, 4 and 5.
3, 4 and 5 for that, and then
Members, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Councillor English. Right, thank you, members. Having conferred with Mr. Bailey, we will progress with items 3 and 4 on the running order and just see how we go. And we may be able to do number 9, Bicknor Farm, possibly. But it is likely that the others may have to be deferred, which is taking us much longer to get through this agenda because of the procedures we have to put in place. So I hope members of the public will appreciate that. Now come to looking at the main agenda. We now have on the main agenda item, it's where are we? One piece. It's item 24, which is Uptons Farm. Sorry? Page 117, which is the preservation order at Uptons Farmhouse, Leeds Road, Laddingford. Can I ask the officer please to present the report?
Good evening, Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can members hear me?
Will you go ahead, please, Mr. Gallivan?
Good. I'll assume you can hear me. Hopefully you can see my screen as well. So this item is to consider the confirmation of Tree Preservation Order number 5009 of 2020, which is Uptons Farmhouse, Leeds Road in Laddingford. The council received a request to assess trees at Uptons Farmhouse for potential tree preservation order protection, and following an assessment, a provisional order was made on the 14th of December 2020 to protect one lime tree designated as T1 in the order and one yew tree designated as T2. The council has received an objection to the making of the order and a decision on whether the order should be made permanent by confirming it is before members tonight.
Mr. Gallivan, could I just interrupt a second and say you're not showing your screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me try again. Does that work this time?
We're not seeing anything.
Mr. Gallivan, we can see your screen now.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully you can now see the plan of the order showing T1 and T2 on the boundary between the coach house and Uptons Farmhouse.
Sorry, Nick, we can't see your screen.
Okay.
Sorry, I think you need to switch your monitor view. It's just showing one monitor.
Is that working?
Yeah, but you might need to present it like that rather than as a slides.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll leave it on this rather than go into slide view. Okay, so T1 is the westernmost tree, T2U is the easternmost tree on the boundary between the coach house and Uptons Farmhouse. So as I said, the decision for members tonight is whether or not the order should be made permanent by confirming it. The provisional order is due to automatically lapse on the 14th of June this year. The details of the trees and the objections and representations received are set out in the papers, so I won't run through those again. I'll address any questions members might have on that later. So the main considerations before members tonight are: one, whether the trees merit protection on amenity grounds, and two, whether the trees should continue to enjoy the ongoing protection of a TPO so that the council has the ability to control any future works proposals to the trees and to require replacement trees to be planted in the event that a tree needs to be removed. So in summary, the officer recommendation is to confirm the order without modification, and that recommendation is made on the basis that an amenity assessment indicates that the two trees do merit protection on amenity grounds, and that it's expedient to control the extent of future works proposals due to disagreement between owners on how the trees should be managed going forward. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin. I now call upon our first public speaker, Mr. Stokes. If you would like to come forward and take your place, and if you press the middle button, it will turn green, and you will then have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and councillors, for your time and allowing me to speak this evening. In our opinion, there is no justification to impose TPOs on either of the trees in question, because in applying for a TPO, your website states that the trees must be generally visible from a public place, in good condition and under immediate threat of damage or removal. The yew tree is hardly visible from a public place, as demonstrated by a visit from the Ladiford and Yalding tree warden, who did not even notice the yew tree, and it is not in danger of damage or removal by ourselves. More information about the visibility of the tree was sent in early documentation to each of you. The lime tree is visible, but not in particularly good condition, and again not in danger of damage or removal. It also has no redeeming features according to the report by your contact officer. Therefore, we fail to understand the basis on which the TPOs were requested. Our concerns are: 1, for our security and that of our property. The large trunk of the yew tree is only 5 metres from our front door. Its branches, where not pruned, extend well over 5 metres. Any further growth will overwhelm our property and could result in damage to our house roof, cars and ourselves in the more common high winds and storms of this age. Anything beneath the yew tree becomes covered in a shiny, sticky substance, leaving us to believe that it is infested with either mealybugs or scale insects. The lime tree set at our entrance of our property produces an abundance of twiggy suckers at its base, which obstruct our driveway if not pruned. Number 2, the probable compromise of the effectiveness of our solar panels. Again, any further growth will engulf on our property and obscure the sun from our panels. 3, and most importantly, our loss of light, especially during the winter months, both in height and breadth of the yew, and in combination with other several tall conifers along the border, take away valuable light from our several rooms in our property, make them dark and depressing. The long winter lockdown has a particular negative effect on our lives. Finally, we are not against the existence of either tree or conifers, but they are growing so large they are affecting our homes and lives detrimentally. We humbly suggest that the provisional TPO be extended for a further 3 months to allow an agreement to be reached with our neighbours on the High Hedges Act, which we will be initiating. Also, perhaps there could be a condition included within the TPO to ensure light reaches our property. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, and timed perfectly to 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Right, it's now necessary for your desk to be cleaned. And our next public speaker is Dr. Wetton. And you have 3 minutes, and I will stop you after 3 minutes to be fair to everybody else. Thank you. If you press the middle button.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, councillors, for listening to me tonight. My name is Dr. Charles Wetton, and I'm here to support the tree preservation order that the council is reviewing on the lime tree and yew tree between Uptons Farmhouse and the coach house. These two trees are good examples of mature native trees. Both trees provide a haven and a habitat for wildlife and have taken many years to reach their present size and maturity. These trees have significant amenity value and are visible to walkers and drivers passing the property on the Lees Road in Yalding. These trees also absorb groundwater and considered a benefit in times of flooding. We are aware of at least 5 emails supporting the preservation of these two trees from local residents, including June Chapman, our local tree warden. There is a threat to the trees, especially the lime tree. This is a boundary tree, and our neighbour, Mr. Stokes, at the coach house, has expressed his desire to fell the tree in writing to the council. A temporary TPO was placed on the two trees last December, and both trees were surveyed by Mr. Gallivan in March. He identified a drilled 14mm hole containing a copper pipe within the lower trunk of the lime tree on Mr. Stokes' side of the tree. Despite the TPO, the copper pipe, which is known to be poisonous to trees, was left in the tree until it was removed by my wife last week after advice from Mr. Gallivan. Several further new pipe-sized holes with fresh wood shavings were identified by my wife when she removed the pipe, and photograph of the hole sent to Mr. Gallivan. This is evidence that the lime tree is at risk of being poisoned. We live in a rural location, and large trees do shed leaves and shade buildings. In fact, the solar panels mentioned earlier are on the other side of that building, far away from these two trees. In the past, at our neighbour's request, we have pruned the yew tree. We feel that any further tree work should be carried out under the control of a TPO to safeguard these mature trees. We have lived in Upton's house for 25 years and are responsible to protect these trees for future generations. There have been 3 owners of the coach house over the same period, and only the present owners expressed the desire to cut back or fell the trees. It would be a shame for the community if the council did not protect these trees from further damage or destruction with a permanent TPO. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wetton. I'll ask Mr. Gallivan if he'd like to come back and advise councillors on any comments he has on the comments made by the public speakers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments on Mr. Stokes' representation. He had a couple of questions. Could we extend the provisional tree preservation order for a further 3 months? The answer to that is no, we can't, but it would be possible to make a new order and to start the process again with a fresh provisional order and then reconsider whether or not that should be confirmed in 6 months' time. And secondly, it was requested whether or not we could place a condition on the tree preservation order with regard to controlling light obstruction issues. No tree preservation orders cannot perform that function. The council can't control issues like that through a tree preservation order. There may be other mechanisms such as high hedges legislation through which that could be pursued, but not via a tree preservation order. That was all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I have two members asking to speak, Councillor Harwood and then Councillor English.
Thank you, Chairman. For brevity's sake, because TPO legislation is very criteria driven and there are very significant safeguards in there around safety and structural impacts and so on, I would just move that we grant that we do confirm the TPO to try and protect these two, kind of denizens of the Kentish wildwood, really. Lime and yew are very locally important trees. I've taken a look at this site. They are prominent from other locations, and they fit the criteria, and it's criteria driven. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. That's been seconded by Councillor English. And English, Councillor English, do you want to speak now?
Just very briefly, it appears quite obvious that there is at least some risk to this trees, and that they fulfil the criteria. If there is a need for works, which would then clearly that can be applied for within the TPO. It doesn't prevent proper management should that be needed. It simply attempts to shape it and has safeguards within it. So I cannot see any case that has been made for not making the TPOs. I really cannot see that there is an argument against it. So I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor English. Councillor Cox?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I was actually seconding to you.
Oh, sorry.
So don't worry. Thank you.
Sorry. Does any other councillor wish to speak? In that case, we have a motion. It has been seconded. No other motions? Okay, in that case, we will proceed to the vote. Can I ask for votes in favour of the motion, please?
Chairman, that's 12 in favour.
Thank you, councillors. That motion is carried and the preservation order will be confirmed. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you to the members of the public who came and spoke. Your comments obviously were taken into account in the decision made, and we will now progress to the next item on the agenda. If members of the public would now like to leave, they're quite welcome to, and then we can clean the desks and chairs. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
Well, I'm going to wait for the... Okay. Hello, Mrs. Altieri. Can you just hang on for a bit while we wait for our members of the public to come in?
Yeah.
We all know you're straining at the leash to get going, so... Sorry? Okay. And we can see your screen. Thank you.
Happy for me to go ahead?
That's it? Okay, yeah. Hello, are you still there, Mrs. Altieri?
Yes, can you
Yes,
hear me?
yeah, okay. Can you start off, please? We're all ready for you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Just before I go on to discuss the application, I would just like to make a point of procedure and verbally seek to amend recommended condition 4 so that the landscaping scheme includes a planting schedule for the ecological enhancement area to the north of the site, which is in blue land. I would request Tollgate Authority to finalise the exact wording of this. So moving on to the application itself, it's for the demolition of all existing farm buildings within the red outline and for the erection of 4 detached dwellings. The application also incorporates an ecological enhancement area which be shown later on, but this is the area here. Please note that the buildings numbered 1 to 4 also have extant prior approval to be converted into a total of 4 dwellings under Class Q of the GPDO. As you can see, the site is set well back from the road and largely screened by existing planting and buildings. This is Rumnam Lane here. The development will make use of the existing farm access, and the application site is in the countryside, with part of the access from Rumnam Lane falling within Len Valley landscape of local Len Valley landscape of local value. The property in the picture is Hope Cottage and is Grade 2 listed. Rumnam Farm to the south of the access is also Grade 2 listed and sits within its own farmstead, and there is a public footpath running close to the northern boundary of the site. This is Rumnam Farm here, and the footpath runs in this general direction. This is looking back towards Rumnam Farm from the access, with Hope Cottage on the right. Moving on, the next 4 buildings are those that can be converted into dwellings under prior approval. It's Building 1, Building 2, Building 3 in the foreground, and again Building 4 here in the foreground. Buildings 5, which is behind, Building 6, which is this building here. Part of Building 7 will be demolished as part of the application. Building 8 is outside the application site. This is a view within the site of the ecological enhancement area that will be accessible by future occupants. Again, this plan just helpfully shows the buildings to be demolished in hatched, and the ecological enhancement area here is highlighted in green. Another plan just to show again, this is the ecological enhancement area here in red, and this is just the wider farmland, just for reference. This is the habitat enhancement measures, which include wildflower meadows, native tree hedge planting, and management of existing woodland along here. The following plans show the buildings to be demolished. It's the first 2 buildings, the 2 other buildings. All of the buildings to be demolished as a result of the development would have a total footprint of more than 1,300 square metres. It's Building 5 to be demolished, 6 and 7. The relevant policy and guidance for assessing this application is set out in the committee report, and I won't go over this. However, I do want to highlight the fallback position on the site. As mentioned previously, 4 of the existing farm buildings have prior approval to be converted into 4 dwellings. As there is a real prospect of these approvals being implemented, significant weight needs to be given to this material planning consideration. This is established in the Court of Appeal case Mansell versus Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council. Because of this fallback position, it is thought unreasonable to refuse the application on the grounds of being in an unsustainable location. Notwithstanding this, the details of the application still need to be considered. Effectively, would the development cause significantly more harm on the landscape than what can be implemented under prior approval? This plan here shows the new layout with the existing buildings faintly outlined. I hope you can see that for context. Access to Rumnam Lane is here. There is a turning area within the site for larger vehicles, and a farm access will be retained. As set out in the report, the development will not replicate what's permitted under prior approval in terms of scale, design and layout, and there would be some public views of the development, not least from the footpath that runs along the northern boundary of the site. However, the loss of several unsightly farm buildings is welcomed. The layout is considered to be landscape-led, including this area here. The loose-knit layout reflects the form and character of a traditional farmstead, and the scheme would be open in feel with little in the way of hard urbanising type boundary treatments and outbuildings, for example. Plots 1 and 2 would be simply designed, single storey, and no larger than 2 of the farm buildings that can be converted. This is plot 1, plot 2. Furthermore, plots 3 and 4 would remain lower in height than the tallest existing farm building and would also be over a traditional design. This is plot 3 and plot 4. In terms of materials palette, the development would use a suitable and coherent mixture of black timber cladding, clay roof tiles and facing brickwork, with a ragstone feature on plot 1. It is considered that the variation of building types would also provide further visual interest to the scheme. Sorry. In short, the application is considered to respect its rural context and it is thought to not appear unacceptably dominant or incongruous on the landscape. All representations received on this application have been considered, including the urgent update, and as set out in the report, the quality of the scheme will be safeguarded by way of suitable conditions. It is also considered that the development would not harm the significance of the nearby heritage assets, and there is no objection to the scheme on all other material planning matters. On this basis, a recommendation of approval is made with delegated authority to amend the wording of recommended condition 4, as I set out at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Altieri. We now have 2 remote speakers. Lady Monkton, who is an objector. Are you able to hear us?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, Lady Monkton. We're all waiting.
Oh, good. Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the councillors. May I start speaking now?
You may, and you have 3 minutes from now. Thank you.
Well, I must say, the Lenham Parish Council have made a cogent argument as to why expanding the residential footprint of Lower Rumnam settlement is not in line with the neighbourhood plan. I have lived through the transition of Rumnam's farm from a busy working farm to its current status of 3 habitable buildings, 2 of which are listed, with the farm being managed by the owner who lives a little way away. Transport generation statement written on behalf of the applicant is, in my view, misleading. Having lived in Rumnam Lane for 49 years, I can confirm that when it was a working farm, the lane was busier than it is today. But then again, the number of cars and delivery vehicles on the road was fewer. In my mind, the addition of 4 habitable dwellings and at least 4 or more cars applying to them, plus online delivery vehicles, will definitely increase the traffic in the very narrow ancient Rumnam Lane. To say that it is safe to walk the narrow lane to Harwich Station, as one person said, is just not the case. Given the dire and dangerous state of the lane, I question the statement saying that the Highway Authority has no interest in the case. The state of the road, Rumnam Lane, and additional traffic that it will be generated on the lane ought to be a real concern to the authority. Finally, now many years ago, my husband and I were granted permission to add to Rumnam Farmhouse with the stipulation from the then highways officer that widening Rumnam Lane was out of the question. In fact, we had neither considered or requested for it to be done. Originally, we were told that if we lived down this very narrow lane, the extra traffic would create a hazard. With 4 new dwellings, surely the danger in that single track lane would certainly create a hazard. It is very narrow, very ancient, very attractive, very, very dangerous as I speak. Full of potholes. Anybody even on a bicycle, and my younger son, who's my baby, is 60, tried to come down on his bicycle, and it was virtually impossible. The Highways Authority have avoided the lane forever, so the thought of extra traffic going up and down it is just beyond belief. Thank you very much. That's my plead.
Thank you very much, Lady Monkton. We're very pleased to hear from you, and very well timed. Thank you. Right, I have one indication from Councillor Mumford to speak. Sorry. Hello, Councillor Sams, are you there?
Hello, yes, thank you.
Sorry, I nearly forgot you. I do apologise.
It's been a very interesting evening so far.
Yes, it's yes.
Members, I've been asked to make representation to you this evening from Lenham Parish Council as they have their annual assembly. The council wished to see the application refused. Has any member driven along Rumnam Lane recently? It's a sunken lane, a road track significantly lower than the land on either side. It is not formed by recent engineering works and is usually of greater age and should be protected. It is a narrow single track, often flooded, extremely muddy. It is one to avoid at night. Often a 4x4 is the only practical vehicle to be used. It is totally incapable of carrying additional traffic. Members, it is totally unsustainable location. It is almost inconceivable to think of building vehicles using this lane. The chaos and damage caused would be considerable. The recently passed with 92% in favour Lenham Neighbourhood Plan should be afforded significant weight, and developments like this run contrary to this. The whole Lenham Neighbourhood Plan contributes 1,000 dwellings that are fully sustainable and part of an integrated plan. The parish and the Neighbourhood Plan seeks to protect the rural environment. The fundamental character of this part of Lenham, isolated farms and detached dwellings near to Harwich and the hamlet of Platts Heath. This proposal is out of character with all this. It is extremely harmful and a precedent for future development. There is no possible justification for dwellings which are so obviously unsustainable. The council, in addition, are concerned about the increasing footprint of the dwellings from 414 metres squared to a proposal of 501 metres squared, 25% larger. Personally, I believe this proposal has significant impact upon this council's response to climate change, its goals and aspirations that affect destruction in all ways, impacting upon neighbours. Members, we ask you to refuse this. Residents voted for an alternative plan, and unfortunately, members, this isn't it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sams. Can I ask the officer, Mrs. Altieri, to come back, please, with any comments?
Yeah, just like to say that high-rise issues are covered in paragraph 7.28 of the report. So it sets out that we're satisfied that the statement has demonstrated that the vehicle trips will not be greater. There's also the issue of, it'll be smaller vehicles, it'll be cleaner vehicles, but perhaps more importantly is the fallback position. There can be 4 dwellings on this site under the prior approval legislation, and that goes the same for the location. So it's very difficult to to object the principle of this location, given that 4 buildings there can be converted into dwellings in any case. And just touching on the size of the buildings, yes, it's acknowledged in the report that the floor area of the new buildings would be greater, but it's not considered harmful, particularly when you consider that a further 955 square metres of other farm buildings would be removed as well. Officer recommendation is that the harm is not unacceptable compared to the fallback position. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Altieri. Right, I have 2 councillors indicating their wish to speak. Councillor Mumford and then Councillor English. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm up and running now. When I saw this application, it annoyed me, and I will try and explain why. If this was a greenfield site and we looked at it, we'd all be saying it's unsustainable and we would refuse it. And I believe that's where we'd go with that. And what we've got is we've got to take into consideration the prior approval. Now, the whole spirit of that is to bring buildings back into use. You can't decide where they go, and you accept more unsustainability locations on conversions and prior approval. So we're now going to knock those buildings down, greenfield site, and we're going to have a new build. I believe this is completely circumnavigating the planning legislation of prior approval to use it to get a leverage to produce a new build site. So I would have to take advice from the officers, but I would go for unsustainability and defend it on what I've just said.
Mrs. Altieri, do you want to come back on that? I mean, we obviously have a situation where there is a fallback position, and that obviously needs to be compared with the current application. Thank you.
Yeah, just, you know, this was considered in the High Court, and I can only refer to Mansell versus T&M Borough Council again. I don't have the exact wording or the details of that High Court decision, and I don't know if James, Mr. Bailey, wants to add anything to that, but it is a significant material consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Altieri. Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, thank you, members. It is a relevant consideration that you must take into account in terms of the fallback, so that you can have 4 units on this site. What effectively Mansell said is that members can consider the scheme in front of them. Does it produce a betterment than the scheme that's got permission? And then if it does, you're entitled to take that into account in the decision-making process and then grant permission on that proposals. If it doesn't, then obviously you can apply the apportioned weight if you come to that conclusion. So as long as you take that fallback position into account and consider whether this scheme actually does result in a betterment, and that your officer's report does conclude that you know, there is that conclusion that's reached, you've got the mitigation of the additional mitigation land that's in the blue land, and you may consider that the design is more appropriate in the context than you had on the previous prior approval applications for the conversions of the barn. And if you reach that conclusion, you may conclude tonight that you get to a scheme that's better than the prior approval that can be implemented, and then you'll be perfectly within your rights to draw that conclusion that you think it's a betterment. I hope that explains it in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I think it explained beautifully. Thank you very much. Councillor English?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, including myself, were a little disappointed with the High Court judgment, to put it mildly, because it does put us local authorities in a difficult position, because I don't think Councillor Mumford is entirely wrong when people have been using the system as a way, well, they've been gaming the system to a certain extent. Nevertheless, because there is a prior approval, it does leave us a bit of a problem with any argument based on traffic, because traffic would be more or less exactly the same. You've got 4 units. So that does, and leaving that aside, Kent County Council haven't made any reservations on the traffic, and then you would also have to consider what, if it reverted to a farm at any point, what sort of traffic level you'd have then. So I think it does get a bit complicated. So it comes down to a question of whether the new build units are in design or the shape or amenity of those buildings unacceptable in a way that the agricultural buildings that would be converted should be kept. And we should stick with the prior approval, because that would be a betterment if you turn it round. Unfortunately, although those are traditional Kentish agricultural buildings, and Councillor Harwood and I have often thought that sort of category of building should be listed and protected. Sadly, those agricultural buildings aren't. So arguing that those buildings should be kept might be quite difficult. So I like Councillor Mumford. I think the system is being gamed. I'm just not. I just can't see a way of actually refusing it. given that most of the arguments against it are traffic related, and you end up with the same traffic figure anyway. Or if you don't have any development at all, you might end up with a higher figure if you actually became a working farm again. So I think that is quite difficult, because I can't really see major design issues or amenity issues or landscape issues with it, with the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor English. The pre-notification system is subject to abuse, and it puts us in a very, very difficult situation. And we have a situation here where there is a fallback position which can be reverted to. And what we're having to decide this evening is whether we think the 4 new houses might be better in environmental terms than what could happen if we just go to the fallback position. Right, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. As Councillor English says, I'm a devotee of kind of corrugated asbestos board. So, but however, I absolutely hear what Councillor Mumford is saying on the planning position we were in, but do fear that we might cut off our nose to spite our face. And that is my slight concern, in that clearly you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and what we have in terms of the proposed new units are better architecturally, and they are better in terms of their sustainability. So I think there's only one way open to us. However, I think it is worth flagging another couple of things. When we've been talking about this application, we've been talking about it as if it is some rural idyll in the back of beyond. It is right next to the M20 that's on an embankment. I think we need to understand its wider location a little bit. When you've got the drawing and you see the lake, one boundary is the M20 embankment. So it is, I mean, it was nice before the missing link of the M20 went in, frankly. The area is changing. Pleasant Farm has been bought by the Forestry Commission and is being converted from an arable development into new woodland, a lot of it native woodland, on a huge scale. And so it is changing, and therefore the environmental mitigation, if we do get, say, a wood pasture approach, and it will be really nice and it will complement that. So maybe that there is a kind of silver lining coming out of this. And though the principle grates, I think actually we ought to perhaps go with it, grant permission, but get absolute control over it. And to do that, I think I do have some concerns around the looseness of the wording around using air source heat pumps or air source heat pumps and so on. We need it really tied up so we know this is a sustainable development. In terms of the materials board, I want officers to see that materials board, to sign it off, so that we have got the best vernacular materials in this location. If it really is aping a cluster of farm buildings, I want it to be right for a Kentish farmstead. And I think probably the last point is the landscaping for a scheme which is supposedly landscape-led is not worked up in any detail. We don't know the species, they mention a few hawthorns around the edge and so on. I mean, this has got to be 100% native landscaping, and it's got to be, as I say, very high quality. And I would therefore suggest that the detail of the landscaping scheme and the detail of the materials should come back to this committee for sign-off, because it is so important. So I think that said, I'm prepared that we do grant approval as per the papers, but with tightening up the renewables condition to ensure that we get, whatever is technically the most feasible in terms of an air source or a ground heat pump, and that the materials board and that the landscaping detail in terms of where it goes and what's going there actually comes back to this committee for final sign-off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor English. Does anybody else wish to speak on this item? No. In that case, members, we are considering a resolution to approve as per the papers. I know the officer recommended a change to condition 4. I can't remember the exact details of that, but if Mr. Bailey or Mrs. Altieri could just remind us what that was.
That was just to tighten up details for the ecological enhancement area, the planting there. So that can all be incorporated if we amend it, if we strengthen condition 4.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Altieri. So we're voting on the permission being granted as per the order papers with the amendment to condition 4. And going back to Councillor Harwood, are you talking about an informative about the landscaping and the renewables and the materials board? And we're also agreeing to...
No, I don't think it'll be informative. I think it's a condition.
Okay.
I think, as I say, the renewables needs to be tied down in the condition. In terms of the landscaping, I think that comes back to us, but in terms of steering the applicant, I think the most appropriate use for that ecological mitigation area is a wood pasture approach. So it's the meadow grass, but with big trees set in it. So I think that may be an informative that we're saying we recommend that a wood pasture approach is taken to the ecological mitigation area, but the landscaping, we want a 100% native landscaping scheme coming before us as a committee so that we can look at it, check there's enough landscaping, it's in the right place, and we're happy with the plants.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. So we're beefing up the landscaping and the biodiversity conditions, and we are requesting those details come back to the committee.
I think that's also the materials provision. Materials and landscaping, I think it was.
Yes, it was landscaping, renewables and materials. Yeah. Are members all clear? Yes, Mr. Chair. We're voting on. Thank you very much. Can I have votes in favour? Thank you very much, members. That is carried.
Have those against?
I thought Debbie said it was unanimous, sorry. So, votes against? Oh, you abstain, okay. Thank you, Councillor Mumford. The suspense was killing.
I think it might be appropriate at this time to say we're doing okay for time. It's 9 o'clock.
Right.
So we probably can take this one and we'll review it after Warm Lake.
Okay.
It's 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So I think as long as this doesn't take too long, let's review it after Warm Lake. Yes?
Okay.
Councillor Hinder's lost connection at the moment, so...
Right, members, having spoken to Mr. Bailey, we think we now proceed to item 6 on your running order. Which is item Warm Lake. Which is item 18 on the main agenda. We're having to juggle the agenda to try and fit cases in because it's 9 o'clock and we've got quite a few more cases to do. Well, item 6 on the running order, which is item 18. on the main agenda, which is the Warm Lake. Oh, right, okay, okay. Would you like a 5-minute? No, it's all right. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Can I ask Mr. Mackey, please, to present the case? Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me okay and see my screen? This feels very Eurovision-like. Hello, can you confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Mackey.
Thank you. This is a planning application for 18 dwellings at Warm Lake Nursery. This was deferred at the previous planning committee for a number of reasons, and the original report is attached at Appendix 1. I'm conscious there are new members on the committee who may not have been at the previous meeting, so I'll include some of the original presentation slides, but I won't go through it all again. The site is located just to the south of Warm Lake Crossroads. You can see the site highlighted here with the nursing home to the south, residential properties to the north. There are also other groups of buildings around the crossroads. This drawing highlights the existing extent of the built-up areas, so members will see that the application doesn't extend beyond the existing built limits. These photographs show the existing site frontage. This is looking south back towards Sutton Valence. Here we're looking north. Sorry, I'll change my cursor so you've got the red dot. Apologies. So this is looking north towards the crossroads, which are just here. This is the existing site entrance. The site itself is either fully developed with buildings or hard standing or storage areas. There is nothing of any visual or architectural merit on the site. Most buildings are low grade external storage areas and substantial areas of hard standing. The dwellings proposed are contextual in their nature, use of traditional materials such as bricks, hanging tiles, clay tiled roof and weatherboarding. The buildings are varied in style and provide an interesting streetscape. These images show some of the same buildings as proposed here, built elsewhere by the developer. As we previously explained, the quality of detailing and the finishing is very good. There were a number of reasons for deferral, which I'll go through now. The first was the quantum of open space. Members asked that the applicant consider either amending the density of the scheme or the configuration in order to improve the open space. You can see from this diagram that each of the properties have their own private gardens of varying sizes. There are no flats within this scheme. The one-bedroom units are effectively, as a northerner, I would call back-to-back houses. And then there is this central area of open space. What the applicant has done is moved this property further north and reduced the garage from double to single, which has allowed this area of open space to be increased from 300 to 350 square metres, which exceeds the DM19 requirement. Officers consider that the increase in size improves the quality and usability of the open space. It's very well located in relation to the dwellings. It's supervised by a number of dwellings, so it would provide the opportunity, for example, for some informal play space. This image just zooms into that area a little bit better, just to show that the open space does connect with the other landscaped elements of the scheme to provide a very naturally designed entrance to the scheme. In terms of the landscaping, members also asked that the applicant come back with a detailed landscaping scheme, which they have now done. You can see that all the species are identified on this plan in terms of both the retained trees and the new trees. And again, this drawing here emphasises the landscape-led character of the entrance driveway into the scheme. The light green again is the private gardens. The hatched areas are either the communal amenity areas or the other parts of the site that are not available for residents to use for recreation or amenity purposes. So they therefore have a biodiversity opportunity, and that includes areas here which are no-go areas for residents, which will allow the creation of habitat and movement areas through and around the perimeter of the site. Members were particularly concerned about the depth of planting on the site frontage. What the applicant has done is, again, by reducing the size of the garages for units 1 and 2, they've moved this building here several metres away from the site boundary. This has allowed an increased depth of planting to this area, so we have a better opportunity to create structured planting, both high and low level, with a maintenance access area that is outside of the residents' own private space. So this means that the site can be properly managed. To the north, because of the shape of the site and the layout of the houses, the gap is slightly less, but nevertheless officers consider this functional. And what the applicant has done here is pulled the back fence of the gardens further away, so that this is about a metre larger than it was before. This is about 3 metres larger. This is a sketch image that the applicant has provided, which illustrates the appearance and character of the entrance to the site. What it identifies, although it doesn't show the detailed species, is it identifies that the buildings are set well back, so there's still a semi-rural character when people pass the site or enter into it. In addition to the habitat that is created by these enhanced or new areas of planting, the applicant is now also proposing a series of swift bricks, bat tubes and B-bricks on many of the buildings across the site. We consider that these are adequate in number to provide appropriate habitat opportunities without going over the top in terms of the numbers. Members also asked that the applicant consider renewables, and specifically the request was made to target 20%. Obviously we don't have a policy basis for achieving 20% renewables, but what the applicant has proposed is that each property will have their own solar array, and you can see on the right here that being designed into the fabric of the building from day one, they're far more subtle than the bolt-on later conversions that do take place. So they're of a much better appearance than would normally be expected. I also personally think that giving each house their own solar array is better than, for example, lighting communal areas, because each resident has a relationship with the generation from that unit. It encourages solar EV charging. Residents can also insert battery storage on their properties. So whilst there is no calculation to support the actual percentage achieved by these, we nevertheless think that it's a very positive response. The original application always proposed on-plot EV charging for the dwellings with on-plot parking. What the applicant has also now added is car parking charging on posts, so that we often hear developers saying that they can't put EV charging in communal areas. Well, in this case, the developer is proposing post arrays within these off-plot areas. So again, that's a positive response that we think, for example, can link to the solar panels with charging powered by them. Probably the most significant element that members discussed was the pedestrian access to bus stops. You can see here, this is the bus stop on the northbound carriageway, and you can see the site entrance just in the background. This is the view from the same bus stop looking north towards the crossroads, which are, you can see just here from the arrangement of the cars. The bus stop on the southbound side is on the northeastern arm of the crossroads, so pedestrians have to walk up North Street, across and across again. So you can see on this photograph here, where there happens to be a school bus parked, that there is a dropped curve for pedestrians to cross the highway here, and then the same behind where I took the picture to cross over, which I think is Chartway Street. For those not so familiar with the location, I've just quickly put this GIS image in. So here's the site, this is the northbound bus stop, this is the southbound bus stop, so they're both very close to the application site. Not all of these green areas are pavement, but this shows the pavement heading north, the pavement that sits on this arm as a pedestrian refuse, and then the pavement that connects to the southbound bus stop. I've added in the yellow line, sorry, the white lines here to show the priority. In effect, the 274 is the priority route, and cars on the east and west arms of the crossroads are effectively having to give way. Here I've added those two pedestrian crossing points. Now both the applicant and officers have discussed with KCC the opportunities to improve this crossing environment. KCC's advice is that a development of this scale doesn't generate sufficient public movement to justify significant works to the crossroads, particularly bearing in mind there is an existing active use on the site. They also advise that it isn't necessarily safe to try to put pedestrian crossing points immediately off an arm of a crossroad, because, for example, a southbound vehicle turning left may not necessarily have sight of a pedestrian, even if they're on a crossing point, whereas a pedestrian here does have a good view of traffic heading south. So in a way it does leave pedestrians with the responsibility of managing that route. From my own observations on site and from those made by objectors to the scheme, it's clear that it's the speed of traffic on the 274 that is the issue, not necessarily visibility. So in effect, pedestrians have to wait for an appropriate and safe point or time to cross, but pedestrians have good views of the vehicles despite their speed. So whilst KCC isn't suggesting that improvements are achievable in terms of specific crossing points, what the applicant is willing to do is to further investigate with KCC measures such as signage, be it sort of speed signage, that helps to manage the speed of vehicles on the 274. It's out of the applicant's control to deal with speed. It's a matter for KCC in terms of design and signage, and the police in terms of enforcement, but nevertheless the applicant is willing, prior to first occupation, to explore what measures can be done in terms of signage or other features to effectively alert vehicles heading north and south that firstly there is still a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit in this location, and secondly that there is the likelihood of, for example, school children crossing these 2 points after getting off buses here and here. And this obviously relates not simply to the application site, but could be a benefit to children getting off the buses to go to the existing housing in the area. So whilst KCC don't offer the opportunity to provide a specific crossing, I think the applicant's response is positive to that issue. So in summary, Chair, we think that the applicant has responded positively to the concerns raised by members. It remains a low density scheme at 24 dwellings per hectare. The design is definitely landscape led. They've introduced on fabric biodiversity. There will be material habitat enhancement, and we therefore recommend approval subject to a 106 agreement to secure the affordable housing, and the monitoring clause, and obviously the conditions in the updated report. And in those conditions, I've emphasised in bold where the conditions have changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. That's right, yes, got his name right. Yeah. We have no public speakers, so I will go first to the local ward member and then to Councillor Eaves and to Councillor Harwood. So Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, officers. Mr. Mackey has actually addressed the main problem with this particular proposal, and that is the traffic and the speed of the traffic and the crossing situation at this site and at the crossroads with Chartway Street. I mean, if any of you have been along there, which I'm sure you probably have done, and seen how incredibly busy the A274 is and how difficult it is to cross the road at that point. The traffic never conforms to the speed limit, and what I would really like is to have KCC pinned down to actually put in some mitigation, some additional road signs, markings on the road, something, and to make sure that is actually done before this development takes place. I don't know whether that's at all possible, but it's really vitally important that that is put in place before this development is built. Could I hand that over to the officer and see if there's any possibility of that actually happening?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Young. We have already deferred once, but I'll ask Mr. Mackey if he has any comments to make on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. We discussed this point with KCC. For example, I asked if we could seek a contribution from the developer to particular works, but in the absence of a crossing solution, it wouldn't be appropriate to seek a financial contribution, but nevertheless, the condition that the applicant has agreed to will require them to fully investigate what can be done in terms of signage and speed management. And if, for example, the applicant and KCC agree a series of signs, or be it, for example, one of those speed warning devices, then the condition would require those works to be implemented prior to the first occupation of the scheme. So I think whilst I can't tell you now, because I'm not a highway officer, what the opportunities are, the applicant is committed to working with KCC to come up with a solution. So, and that solution would be pre-commencement. Pre-occupation.
Sorry, if I can just assist the officer there. Sorry, Councillor, if you look at condition 17 on the papers.
Page 35.
Yes, that's fine if that can actually happen.
Does that allay your concerns,
Yes,
Councillor
yes.
Young?
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Eaves?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually, I'll actually go with what Councillor Young has said. I think there was that concern. The wording of investigating can be, you can take it as it comes. It could go one way or the other. But actually, I think this is one of the first times that we've had an application come back where the applicant's actually done pretty much everything that we've asked of them within the powers and those costs and the remit of the development that they've got. I quite like the attempt for the management of the front of it and looking after sort of the biodiversity and protection of the frontage of the development. The additional green space that they've added in goes above and beyond what we could expect, as well as all the sustainability points. I will just point out the fact that point 3 in the urgent update, the further letter reiterating concerns where it points out that KCC and the police have failed to enforce the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. As a former police officer of almost a decade, police officers cannot enforce stupidity of the public. It is down to the public to enforce themselves, and only when they're caught can that be enforced. So I would just point out that 30 mile an hour is what it should be on that link of road. 30 mile an hour is what people should be travelling at. If they adhered to that or below, because that's not what you should aim for, that is the maximum. People forget that is the maximum, and you should also reduce it depending on weather conditions. People just think that's what they should be going at for the whole length of the road, where it's 30 and then go straight up to 40 when it's 40. We can't get any better than what we've got at the moment, and if people want to speed, they want to speed. It's down to the individual. I mean, I'm happy to move to accept this proposal as it's come back, I'd vote for this in its current stage.
Thank you, Councillor Even. That's been seconded by Councillor Harwood. And would you like to speak, Councillor Harwood?
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, I think all of us, particularly us urban and suburban ward members, would really like it if the planning applications we have to contend with look like this. Frankly, it's a brownfield site with this degree of landscaping and so on. And again, like Councillor Eves said, I think the negotiated outcome, and I think it's underlined the importance of committee, in that I think the residents of Sutton Valence will have a much better approach into the village because of the input of this committee and the flexibility of the applicants in moving the parameters, and I think ending up with a better and more attractive development. So I think that's all said, and we all know the traffic issues. It takes them a long way further down the road before they start to slow down, and that's the problem. And but hopefully discussions with KCC will bring something up. And it's also worth adding that we've lost 2 appeals immediately adjacent to this site on the other side of the road, the one on the Maidstone Road flank of the crossroads, Warm Lake Crossroads, and the one on the North Street flank of the crossroads. And in neither of those did the inspector attach any requirement for traffic calming of any sort, nor did they put on the landscaping schemes, nor all of the things that we've got here. So I think I fully support the motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. And I think the applicants in this case have responded very positively to our previous concerns. And does anybody else wish to speak? Or, oh, sorry, Councillor Mumford.
Oh, that worked. It's just a question. I know how bad that junction is, and I know how difficult it will be to cross that road. And I'm really pleased that the applicant will look for a solution. First off, we could have asked KCC tonight what sort of solutions if we had the officer. And secondly, if a solution cannot be found, then does the application fall? Just a question for the officer.
Chair, just to answer the second point, no, the application wouldn't fall because KCC advised that these works aren't necessary to make it acceptable. So it would simply be we either identify potential measures above and beyond what is necessary, or the application proceeds in its current form. On the point about KCC officers not being here, because it was raised on an earlier item, of course we would normally have KCC at the chair's briefing and determine whether they should attend or not, but because of the unique nature of this meeting and there being no chair, there was no such briefing. But I guess we'll remember this time next year or the year after to make sure that for the first meeting of a new committee we have all of the officers in attendance to ensure that members' questions can be answered. But what I would propose, Chair, is that I will effectively set up a working group to include the ward councillor in terms of what measures are investigated, so that the ward councillor is fully in the loop. I do have a cunning plan to slow traffic in relation to a local planned site to the south of this, where we do propose to introduce measures that would effectively stop traffic and require them to start again, but that will be for another developer, not this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Right, we have a resolution before you. It has been seconded. Can we please take the vote? Those in favour?
And Chairman, that is with the change in the urgent update with the landscape master plan issue 3. I think it's important to just tie up that loose end. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Howard, Councillor Howard.
So, Chairman, that was 11 in favour. Sorry, was anybody against? No abstentions? No, okay, so that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Right, now I'm conscious of time. We were hoping to do item 5 on the batting order, but I don't know whether Councillor Hinder has connectivity.
Chairman, we're just working on that now.
Sorry?
We're working on that now.
Oh, right, okay.
Might take a few seconds.
So are we, Debbie, has he got connectivity? Dialing him in now. Okay, we'll just wait for a bit, and then if he's not, we could do School Lane, which could be quite, if he doesn't come in, we could do School Lane, and I reckon that could be I think people are getting quite tired on their first item.
Yes.
We've just got one more item, and then that leaves us 3 for the next time, so either we do 10, ideally I'd like to do Tollgate, because we've got 3, but we've got, you know, Councillor Wilmot as well. We'll be waiting on the call, but we'll just see if we can get hold of him.
Okay, if we can get 5, that would be great.
Does that mean we can go with it? We just wait to see. Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah. Chairman's decision, so I think we'll see what may will be. Time we've got this on the preliminaries. I think there's 3 items. And we'll see where we go. Right, we'll just let's see where we.
So it's dying again on this one, is it? Yep.
Voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you called is not available. Please leave your message on.
Bob should be there.
Well, if we can't.
We can't.
We can go to School Lane, which could be quite a simple one.
Okay, okay. Should we just do it 2 more minutes and?
Yeah, that's okay.
You don't want to do the foyer at. Sorry? You don't want to do that one.
Well,
that one should go through on the nudge.
I won't really need to do a presentation.
Okay.
I've done exactly what members asked for. It could be quite.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Chairman, what we could do is you could ask members now if there anyone that's going to want to speak on School Lane.
Informally.
Well, informally.
Yeah. Okay.
Because members may decide actually they don't want to speak because they've done the changes.
Okay.
In the report.
Okay.
Just while we're waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, Chairman, go with number item 7 on the list and see if people want to.
Okay. Members, can I have your attention? Members, the order in the House. In order to assist Mr. Bailey and myself in deciding which items we're going to deal with, can I sort of informally ask if anybody wishes to speak on item number 7 on the batting order, which is the land adjacent to School Lane? Does anybody wish to speak against the recommendation on that? I mean, you will be formally considering it, but it just means we can take it very quickly when we get to it. Okay, it helps us make decisions on other cases. So is there any more news about Councillor Hinder?
Let's take that one then.
Okay.
I am hearing you.
Oh, right. Right. Right, in that case, as Councillor Hinder now has... Sorry, Councillor Brindle?
Do you wish me to leave while this is on, as I can't join the debate or vote?
I don't think there's any necessary, unless the legal officer says anything different, I don't think there's any need for you. You have declared that you have predetermined, so you can just sit and listen, as far as I... Yeah? I think you can just sit and listen. Right, so it's item 18 on the main agenda. No, sorry, item 21 on the main agenda. Land adjacent to 2 School Lane, Maidstone, Kent, and I'll ask... So as we now have connectivity with Councillor Hinder, we are now going, we're now going with item number 20 on the main agenda, which is Tollgate Way, Sandling. Thank you. Right, Miss... Thank you.
Right, good evening, members. This proposal is for the erection of 1 new dwelling house and an erection of a 2-storey front, side and rear extension to the existing dwelling. As a first port of call on this, I will just give you a verbal update that's been received by a local resident stating that this application for a 5-bedroom house with a 4-bedroom annex that effectively has parking for 2 cars. This will increase the on-road parking and the on-pavement parking in Tollgate Way and makes use of pavement in the vicinity of the applicant impracticable. 9 bedrooms on the same plot is totally out of keeping with surrounding properties and will impact severely on the access and egress of the surrounding properties. I strongly object to this proposal. I have taken these comments into account. My recommendation remains unchanged. I've already addressed these issues within my report, which I will now go through. This is the site location plan for the property. It is located in open countryside in terms of the local plan allocation, and it's on the far western edge of the AONB. But it is in a suburban setting on the edge of an established housing estate with the A Road, the Bluebell Hill, bordering the western boundary. Number 10 is one of the largest plots located centrally within the estate. You'll see Bluebell Hill is located to the west of the site, but it's buffered by a substantial green wedge, which I'll try and point out to you. This is all highway land here and along here, and provides and it carries on from the top of the estate all the way down, leading to the wildlife centre at the bottom. So this is a strip of land that's a permanent buffer to the entire estate. The estate housing surrounds the site to the north, east and south. The dwelling itself, the current dwelling at number 10, is a 2-storey brick-built dwelling with a double garage just to the northwest. Number 10 actually faces side-on to Tollgate Way with its principal elevation fronting north. The proposed new dwelling is sited to the west of number 10, approximately 2 metres away from the existing dwelling's side elevation to match the spacing of dwellings to the north, numbers 6, 8 and 8A. The driveway width, which I'll try and point out on here. Sorry, they're in a different order to how here we go. The driveway width has been increased to a more consistent width to enable independent access for each dwelling to either side. The boundary along Tollgate Way will be realigned, but overall the same amount of open landscaped area will remain along this eastern boundary here. The boundary is actually in fact straightened with no overall loss of land. The grassed area will be re-landscaped with trees and shrubs to improve the setting and the screening. This plan just shows the actual ownership boundaries on the site and identifies the highway land to the west. The two-storey extension to number 10 is located here on the eastern side of the dwelling, nearest to Tollgate Way. To the front, it extends approximately 1.2 metres to the same depth as the proposed single porch that's proposed to be added, which can be seen here. To the rear, it extends to approximately 2 metres in depth. The ridge height will be slightly lower than the original ridge height by approximately 0.2 metres, and the design includes a gable feature facing north and south on the front and the rear elevations to provide some design interest. That's the elevation, the proposed elevation from the roadside. The new dwelling will actually not be visible from this particular vantage point due to the existing dwelling. The proposed new dwelling will match the height of number 10. It'll have a footprint of approximately 5.3 metres by 8.6 metres, along with a matching single-storey porch on the front to match the proposed porch on number 10. The existing garage will be split to serve one garage space per dwelling. That's the design of the new dwelling. These are the proposed ground floor plans. You'll see there are some windows proposed on the front and the rear elevations of number 10. There are obviously new openings on the front and the rear of the number 10A, but no side openings adjacent to the Bluebell Hill. There's the privacy distances between the proposal and numbers 12 and 14 are over 21 metres away, with similar distances to the properties to the north, which are numbers 6, 8 and 8A. I skipped some of the photos. These photos also provide the setting. This photo provides a view from the driveway that serves the existing properties at numbers 6 through to 8A. So that's their driveway looking across to number 10. Due to the angle and the levels, it's very difficult to actually see the plot for number 10A. This is looking along the driveway, along the front of number 10. And you'll see the double garage there. This area here is the area that's going to be slightly widened to enable the independent access. That for number 10, that for number 10A. This is the area of side land along the eastern edge of the site adjacent to Tollgate Way. This is the area that's proposed to be re-landscaped and planted. This is looking just along the edge of the driveway of number 10 down towards properties number 12 and 14, Tollgate Way, and this is the rear of those properties. This is actually number 8, Tollgate Way, which is to the north of the site. Number 8A here was actually an infill development itself, with a similar size plot to what's proposed as part of this proposal. This picture here is looking down, again that's number 10, and looking down towards the site, towards number 12. So the proposed widened driveway is actually similar to the existing driveway serving the 3 properties to the north. Overall, the principle of the development on this site is considered acceptable as there's no encroachment into the countryside or the AONB. It's actually screened from any views from the countryside in the AONB by the existing estate to the north, south and east, and to the west you've got the Bluebell Hill. It's not isolated, it's part of a wider estate, and it has good access with bus route nearby and good road networks. The assessment's therefore been based on the design details, and it's considered due to the distances, say they're over the minimum privacy distances, sighting and orientation, that there's going to be no loss of light, overlooking or loss of outlook for existing or prospective occupiers. The nearest existing residential properties are over 21 metres away. The visual impact is based on the context of the site, that it is within an existing 1980s housing estate. It's not viewed as part of the wider countryside. The new dwelling's buffered from the A road by the existing highway land, which visually creates a more spacious setting, sighting and spacing reflective of the existing estate. The edge of number 8A, the infill plot, also runs along the same edge of the highway land, and the pattern of the 2 houses side by side, as proposed as part of this proposal, is also replicated by numbers 12 and 14. And the new dwelling is screened by the existing dwelling. Landscaping conditions are proposed, which will increase the level of planting on the site. The highway officer has stated that the proposal doesn't warrant their involvement. However, I've considered the parking requirements set out by policy DM23, and the proposal is considered to meet this. EV charging points have been recommended as conditions. The environmental health officer has recommended conditions regarding noise and air quality for the new dwelling. Conditions have been suggested to remove PD rights and to impose biodiversity condition and to protect the proposed parking provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chaplin. Right, now I hope we still have connectivity with Councillor Hinder, who will be speaking on behalf of Boxley Parish Council and making a statement on behalf of Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Hinder, are you there?
I am here, yes. Good evening, members. Boxley Parish Council objects to this application and wishes to see it refused for a number of reasons as outlined below and by the numerous objections by neighbours of the application site. The introduction of a new dwelling and an increase in habitable rooms for the existing dwelling would severely impact the parking available in this area. The application appears to reduce the available parking as 2 dwellings will be required, meaning that cars cannot block each other in as will be possible of a private single dwelling access drive. We consider this to be overdevelopment of the site. No mention is made in the report into the sustainability of this location. A previous application immediately to the north of the site was refused largely on sustainability grounds. This was land west of Old Chatham Road, stating this as an unsustainable development in a rural location. We believe this development will be detrimental to the street scene at this location. It would set a worrying precedent in allowing small developments to be shoehorned into garden curtilage on existing and well-established estates. For this reason, we kindly ask this application be refused. Many thanks, James Wilmot, Chair of Boxley Environment Committee. And for myself, there are a number of issues here that the officer mentioned that she thought and felt it fitted in with the similar houses in that development. When I looked at the SIL report, the SIL report indicates that this will grow, number 10 will grow from 106 square metres to 394 square metres, a 300% increase in size. I would maintain that is out of all proportion to any of the other houses on that estate, would stand out. Neighbours objecting to the parking, these are people who live there, who experience it day after day after day. They have problems already with the parking in the area. If you then have properties with 9 bedrooms, how many additional cars is that going to indicate? It's going to increase the problems around there. And I note also that on pollution, it was recommended that air quality assessment of the A229 and M20 be undertaken, and an acoustic report from the A229 be undertaken. I would maintain that these reports and the external noise levels in the back garden should be undertaken before a decision is made whether to recommend approval or objection. The area is not sustainable. The buses that the officer mentioned is the 101, which runs from Maidstone to Chatham on the 229. There are no bus services serving the actual Old Chatham Road and this estate. There's no shops, there's no doctors, there's no schools. I would maintain, members, that this is an application that would welcome refusal by you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinder, and well within your 3 minutes. I will ask the officer I'll ask the officer to come back with any comments that she might like to make. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairman. Along the Chatham Road here, there's a bus stop just outside the estate on Chatham Road. I would point out that the enlarged footprint proposed for number 10 is similar to those found, say, for example, on number 2, there are large properties on the estate. Number 10 happens to have the largest plot, but actually not one of the largest footprints as it currently stands. In terms of the noise and air quality issues, this has been dealt with by condition as suggested by the Environmental Health Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chaplin. We can't have a local member speaking because she's predetermined. So I offer this now to members. I have Councillor Harwood and then Councillor English. Thank you.
Right, because I want my tea. And no, and I have given it, genuinely kind of know this site very well. I've got a friend who lives just up the road. I cannot see a policy reason how we could refuse this. And it's an infill in a 1980s estate. There just are no grounds. But I would ask that the landscaping condition, because on the front of Tollgate Way, where the long fence panel is going to be removed and access, when that's re-landscaped, can we specify that the new landscaping hedgerow along that fence frontage includes native dogwood and native purging buckthorn? And the reason why I say that is there's a colony of a really rare butterfly called a green hair streak that actually still hangs on in that general area, and those shrubs are the food plants for its caterpillar, and they're very attractive. So, you know, what is Councillor Hindle's gain? Loss is the green hair streak's gain or something. But no, I move that we grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Mr. English. Do you want to speak now?
Yes, I made a diversion here to have a look at the site, potential site, on my way back from Chapeldown's production site, not far away. And I'm struggling. Either it's something as an infill in a suburban estate, or it's unsustainable. I don't think it can be both. And the objectors have tried to argue that it's both. Yeah, it can't be. So I looked at this. This is suburban infill. You might be able to argue issues about development and relationship to the plot, but you can't argue unsustainability. And we all know that this council and other local authorities have had absolutely zero success with arguing about parking, even in the town centre, even in Melville Road, even in Upper Fant Road. Councillor Harper, if you're still watching. And so, you know, we're not going to get anywhere with that. So the issue does come down to the relationship of this proposed extension to the plot that it sits on. And to be honest, I don't see that there's an issue. So we might not necessarily like it, but that's another issue. There are no planning reasons, policy or material, to turn this down.
Thank you, Councillor English. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? I must admit that from my own personal point of view, I was a bit concerned about the intensity and the layout, siting and design. But I don't know whether those views are supported, or anybody else has any comment to make on that from the other side of the hall. No? Okay, in that case, you have a resolution. It has been seconded. Can we go to the vote? So the vote is to approve the application, together with some amendments to the landscaping, to incorporate, I think Councillor Howard mentioned native dogwood and various other species. Sorry? Okay, native, sorry.
Yeah, dogwood, that's cornice and weir and Persian buck and cathartica.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Right. Okay, thank you very much. Well, can I please have votes in favour? Votes against? Oh. Abstentions? All right, sorry.
So, Chairman, that was carried. 10 in favour, none against and 1 abstention.
So that is carried. Permission is granted. Thank you very much, councillors. Right.
Get through the items because there's 3 left. I mean, that one's quite simple.
Well, they don't want to discuss.
They don't want to discuss that one. That's a council-owned application. So then it's just a question of whether we get to this one, which is the Bicknell Farm listed building consent, which Councillor Newton isn't here. So it's a question of maybe up to you whether you want to ask members to go through. I'm quite happy to do the presentation on School Lane. We could take that if members want.
Okay, should we?
5 to 10.
We'll go for School Lane and see. Should we go for School Lane and see how it goes? Yeah.
Yeah. We have to decide before 10:30 if we're going to stop at 10:30 or carry on to 11.
Okay. This is getting complicated. I suggest that we head straight for application. Which was it? I'll see where it is now. The 2 School Lane Maidstone. Hopefully we can get through that very quickly. But Mr. Bailey does have to present the case, and then we can tick it off.
Sorry, Chairman. I don't have to present. Members did indicate that they had no objections to this. I don't have to do a presentation. If members want to go straight to the vote, you've achieved. The applicant has done what they wanted.
Fine. Are you happy to go straight to the vote? Yes? Okay, right. Do I have a proposer? And a seconder? Thank you. Votes in favour? Thank you, members.
Chairman.
You are the local ward member. Okay, a quick presentation on Trinity Foyer. It's up to you, members. Do you want to do this now? We are going to have an adjourned meeting for the... So, is it your wish that we leave the Trinity Foyer to be discussed next week, together with Bicknor Farm? Those... Yeah. Okay, okay. So, you happy with that, members? In that case, I'll finish the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your understanding and forbearance. It hasn't been easy. Thank you very much. Thank you to the officers as well. Thank you.